I did not put the diagram, but this is just some of the issues that came in terms of the theory of change, what it represents. In terms of the impact, it was around the creation of a non-sexist, inclusive, and gender equal society. And we looked at improved quality of life for youth, women, and persons with disability, as well as empowerment of women, youth, and persons with disability. I think I might have done an injustice. I should have placed in a diagram so that you can see the pathways of what is the actual intervention to achieving the theory of change. And some of the outcomes included the mainstreaming of the sectors of gender, youth, and disability in all existing systems, the institutionalization of the framework, as well as change attitudes in society and governments towards women if we are to achieve what the framework is set out to do. In terms of the outputs, what came through was the challenge of data. And it was important that disaggregated data is in place and there are clear monitoring process, that there are approved standard operation procedures, guideline policies and legislation, plans, budget, M&E plans, auditing framework that are responsive to the priorities of women, youth, and persons with disability. What needed to be in place to ensure that we get the output, the outcomes, and the impact that we set out was to make sure that there's clear policy and legislations, that we do have the guidelines and the standard operating procedure to implement the framework, and we have the support of technology and relevant systems to ease of implementation, as well as critical being the partnership across the board to help us to make sure that we mainstream the implementation of the framework across. And with some various activities, we can also be translated into intervention, which include advocacy and mainstreaming, which is a key component of the mandate of the Department of Women, training and capacity building, which is very key if we are to translate knowledge into learning and make sure that there's internalization of the mainstreaming of the priorities of women, youth, and persons with disabilities. It was also important that we establish a partnership and that there are guidelines for the framework and also enabling legislation in place. In terms of some of the criteria that we're looking at around the implementation process, the implementation of the framework involved the coordination activities. This is largely led by our department, but we are really supported by DPME, National Treasury, Department of Public Service and Administration, as well as the Auditor General, as the centers of government in making sure that they drive a government-wide coordination of the framework. And the coordination level, it was also indicated that implementation has only mainly focused on engendering policies and system, developing guidelines, raising awareness and capacity building efforts. Among some of the achievement as per the study in terms of, it was around the issues of influencing policy and systems, as well as making sure that there's inclusion of WYPD priorities and indicators in the MTSF or the medium-term strategic framework of 2019-2024, including the mandate paper or what is called the budget framework, revised guidelines for strategic plans and annual performance plans, amongst others, as some of the achievement in terms of influencing policies and systems. At the institutionalization level, what was found was that majority of the implementers are of the view that the objective of the framework are relevant and consistent with the needs of empowerment and equality of women, youth, and persons with disability. In terms of capacity to implement the framework, most respondents, over 80%, were capacitated to the limited extent, while few participants indicated that they were not capacitated at all, accounting for 16%. The results indicated that there were a need for further capacity building activities to improve the implementation of the framework. Some of the early outcomes that we started picking up when we were doing this evaluation was that majority of participants indicated that since the implementation of the framework, there have been an increase in access to services such as health, education, information, and training for women, youth, and persons with disabilities. There have also been relatively increase in access or to control over productive resources, services, and assets for WYPD, and participation of women, youth, and persons with disability has been elevated in terms of programs and interventions. Also, they have been included in some of the leadership position. And some of the outcomes as well included that the implementation of the framework has strengthened and fostered a greater understanding of the priorities of women, youth, and persons with disability within government. What we've learned with the study was that there should be deliberate focus in how we implement the study itself. We've done a lot of work around the analysis of plans, and it really indicated that you should be able to capture from situational analysis to needs assessment to really pathways to make sure that when we plan, the priorities of women, youth, and persons with disabilities are captured. And also what was included was that it is important that the framework is mainstreamed or embedded within the existing system, and that's what typically what mainstreaming is about. It was also important that we strengthen the implementation of the framework with supported budget. And it was also indicated that it's important that there is clear indicators and targets at the set goal when we start with our planning. And it's important that we also have accountability mechanisms for implementing the framework. And there is a need for transformative impact on the framework. So this is some of the lessons that came through with the findings and summary and key insight. The analysis of data indicated that the framework is relevant to all the three sectors of women, youth, and persons with disability, that the theory of change was found to be coherent with a clear and logical pathways for inputs, intervention, outputs, and outcomes, which largely are saying that we are facilitating for an improved life for women, youth, and persons with disability. And further that the implementation of the framework has started across most national and provincial departments, and there's varying progress in terms of the implementation of the pillars within departments. It was also noted that while there is level of awareness of the framework, across officials, capacity gaps still exist, and it's important that we elevate that. Even though it is too early for us to make strong conclusions, the results have shown that the outcomes of the framework are progressing in a positive direction. Some of the recommendations included we needed to heighten communication and advocacy of the framework itself. We needed to make sure that we build capacity of government officials in terms of mainstreaming. We needed to make sure that the accountability mechanism, largely in terms of head of departments and accounting offices, and making sure that budget are made available to align with the intervention of the priorities of women, youth, and persons with disability. And that it is important that there is political leadership and commitment to facilitate for gender equality, youth development, and the promotion of the rights of persons with disability. The limitations of the study, they've included poor response rate. We would have loved to see more of the response rate than what we've reported. It also should be noted that the views are of those responded, so it means that the views are subjective, but we can make a general informed decision based on what we have assessed and the early outcomes of the framework itself. We cannot have a linear conclusion to say that it is largely because of the framework itself. Colleagues, I will leave it at that. This is the study that we've conducted in 2023 on the implementation of the gender responsive planning, budgeting, monitoring, and evaluation framework. Thank you.
Thank you, Dineo. I believe earlier the people online couldn't see me. So I'm now standing here. Thank you, colleagues. I know it was difficult. Thank you. I know it was a little bit difficult to read the slides from the back, but we are sharing our slides with Mandla and the team to share it with participants and invitees. So colleagues, can I get some reaction to the presentation? Any comments or questions now before we have a little discussion and then you might find more coming up? Anything immediate clarity? Online, Mandla? Mandla? Nothing. Okay. So colleagues, as Dineo was saying, it's about ultimately promoting mainstreaming. It is targeted eventually across the state, but for now it is driven at the government level. Now, let me give you some context to that. I think yesterday I pointed out that in 2006, the Public Service Commission assessed gender mainstreaming across the public service. If you haven't read that report, it's online on their website. Go and have a look at it. You see, it's based on the fact that in 2000, when the policy document, the framework was adopted by cabinet, there's a very clear principle in that framework that says that gender mainstreaming is a responsibility of every official in government. It didn't say it's a responsibility of gender focal points. But the way that we implemented it was anything to do with gender went to the gender focal point. So when they assessed it, in 2006, they released that report. They said that in general, public servants, they lack the know-how, they don't know how to implement, how to mainstream, etc. And I told you yesterday that problem hasn't really resolved. And it became an issue in terms of driving the priorities in this case, for women, right? So in 2019, the department, it's nothing new. It's just a very, very focused way of promoting the implementation of mainstreaming. But the beauty of this process now, if you haven't picked it up yet, is that it's tying planning and it's tying budgeting into the process. Now, you'll see in the Beijing Platform for Action, it talks about planning. It talks about budgeting, but it was never brought together. So this framework brings it together, meaning that, and I like the words Dineo once told me, this framework is ultimately about planning for planning. It's about planning for planning. It's about planning for budgeting. It's about planning for in all the things, M&E, whatever. So it's very important that if you want a cohesive process, you need to start from what you do in terms of your planning as government. How you bring in the issues of the priorities of women. And now we've gone further to say those of persons with disabilities and young people into the planning process. The overarching planning, not the planning that is given to the GFP or the focal points with youth and disability. It's in government planning. How does that get extrapolated into government's budgeting cycle? So what the framework ultimately does is it's elevating that status. And so Dineo and the team do two things every year. Well, actually, we're doing three things every year. One, we are looking at the planning of government. And we assess that through the assessment of the draft annual performance plans. Now we also assessed the 5-year strategic plans, but now we will be looking at it in terms of the GNU and the MTDP, right? So they start off with assessing how government departments are bringing it in there. Then they also look at in terms of the budgeting, which we are doing with Treasury. And they are also then implementing the framework overarchingly. And I think she's explained about the pillars. So even something like research, I don't know, I don't remember which pillar it falls in, But even something like research means that the departments that are doing research need to make sure that the research is not gender blind, that it's just speaking about access to water or what the issues are with water, but that it's looking at it from the perspective of women in rural areas, young people, if it's possible, persons with disabilities. What does it mean? So we're saying that it's cutting across, right? Now, why what she presented today is so important? Did you say 58% of national departments? I'm using the MTDP for the implementation.
Yeah, that's it. That's only
National.
on the planning, not
Planning,
on
no?
the, yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. So, Mandla, would you screen that? I don't know if you're going to be able to see it very well with the color, but let me show you a snapshot of why what Dineo is doing is so important overall. Because if we don't do it in government, where we are providing services so that it impacts on people out there, then you'll get this situation here. You received it, Manda? I just want to take 1 second, right, to show you that. It's not screening. Are you sharing?
I've taken.
Okay, so we did this thing in the Beijing, in the country, in the 25-year of democracy report for the country, and we were asked to do it again. It was liked, it was useful. So we were asked to do it again for the 30-year review. We brought it into the Beijing. It's a scorecard that it's comes up. No? Now we're driving it towards, we're driving a process towards making it evidence-based. That's we calling, I don't know if Mr. Boy spoke about it yesterday, but it's being called the Socio-Economic Empowerment Index. For overall, over a number of years, we'll bring it together for women, youth, and persons with disabilities. This year, we're starting with developing that index for women. So what is on the screen now is a robot, red, amber, green. But as we build that and we are able to measure that there's different domains of empowerment, we are able to measure it. The scorecard will be evidence-based. All right, so the color is so bad. You can't see the reds, you can't see the amber. Can we switch the lights off for 1 minute? Just for 1 minute. You had it on, no?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know if you can see it any better now. Can't. Okay, what I will do is I think Mandla and them, when they're sending the report, it's in the report. Okay? So basically the first one is saying, changing South Africa's vision and mandate for gender equality. The first column, I think I'm going to read here. The first column is significant progress. So it's a bright green, smiley face. The second one is good progress. It's a lighter green, smiley face. The third one is moderate progress. It's yellow, down facing, right? The amber is limited progress. And the last one is red, no progress. So we are saying overall, and remember, this is like thumb sucking from all the evaluations we are doing, right? Entrenching South Africa's vision and mandate for gender equality, we are saying significant progress. Formulating policies and legislation that are gender responsive, good progress. Implementing policies and legislation for gender equality, moderate progress. Overcoming the challenge of poverty for women, moderate progress. Women's representation at the political, leadership, and local government level, it was significant. Because even though the trends yesterday showed you otherwise, but it's a significant difference. Women's representation in the public sector, significant. In the private sector, moderate. Women's economic emancipation, moderate. Women's social transformation and social justice, and under that we're looking at women's access to basic services, moderate. Social transformation and social justice, under that women and social protection, we said good progress. Go down, yeah, you need to show me. Yeah. And then also women's health and well-being, moderate. Women's education and skills development, what was the green? Good progress. Women and girls' right to be free of violence, red, no progress. Women's role in the environment, in the green economy, good progress. Gender responsive policies, planning, research, budgeting, monitoring, evaluation and auditing, moderate. Now here's the difficult ones. Addressing patriarchy and sex stereotyping and gendered roles and division of labor, red, no progress. Addressing women's unequal share of unpaid care work and household responsibility in the GDP, red, no progress. In a nutshell. So every measure, every framework, every policy, every attempt that we are making is geared towards changing this picture. In a nutshell, that's where we are. We regard it globally as really good on human rights, really moving women's issues, and we are. And we are. But somehow the numbers don't speak the language, you know? Yeah. Do you want to add anything? Maybe now that I've done that, I've stimulated you. Relate it now to the work she's presented if you want to. Questions? Discussions? It's two things. You either did a very good job or you confused them totally. Come here. The camera is. The camera is.
Okay. I think either way it will be important for us to know whether we did a good job or not. So maybe that's what we must do a survey on. Did we do a good job or not in terms of presentation?
Oh, we did an excellent job, isn't it?
See? No. I think just a point of emphasis is that though the framework is more focused within government, what we have seen is really a catalyst of having department to be conscious around understanding what mainstreaming the priorities of women, youth, and persons with disability is. We've seen between 2020 and at least 2023 that you can have a decent and a substantive conversations with colleagues in terms of where they are with the implementation of the framework and what does it mean and what is the level of internalization within their own institution. It's not where we want to be, but you always have to appreciate when you move from step 1 to step 2. That when as a department we can be able to see that there is an elevation. The conversation around mainstreaming is no longer a conversation you have with focal points. You can sit with planners, they will be able to tell you this is what our responsibility is in terms of mainstreaming priorities of women, youth, and persons with disabilities. You sit with M&E, and I think that's where we've seen a bigger challenge. is the constructions of M&E system to be responsive to the priorities of women, youth, and persons with disability. The M&E space is still lagging behind, and largely because the plans are also not saying much around the mainstreaming. I think one of the issues, what we want to see in the plans is that when you do your program or intervention planning, you need to make sure that there are targets in place. And those targets are already disaggregated. Because if they're not disaggregated at the planning level, when you do monitoring, you're only going to see aggregated information, not disaggregated information. Thus, that makes it difficult for a department like ours to tell government what is the status of empowerment of women, youth, and persons with disability, because data is not disaggregated. So if maybe as a collective, we can start to really work on making sure that we get data to be disaggregated at the planning level, I can tell you we will be able to give a much better status of where the country is in terms of improving the lives of women, youth, and persons with disabilities. I thought maybe to add that. Okay.
Plan arising from the evaluation. To what extent are we aiming to capacitate CFOs?
Yes, there is an improvement plan. And I think what improvement plan of this framework highlighted was the referee and the
Arising
player.
from the evaluation. To what extent are we aiming to capacitate CFOs?
Yes, there is an improvement plan. And I think what improvement plan of this framework highlighted was the referee and that's a big word. I don't know, I have a ghost somewhere just speaks after spoken.
Yeah.
So we do have the recommendations that were shared with all departments as part of the management response. I think one of the interesting things just to share was that because the framework, it is within the Department of Women, many of the recommendation was what the Department of Women needed to do. Because there were issues that were sitting at capacity building, making sure that there's legislations to facilitate or to foster compliance of some sort. But then there's general in terms of the mainstreaming component, which goes to every department. So there is that. And in terms of capacitating CFOs, Meranji indicated earlier on that we're working very closely with National Treasury. So we actually participate in all of the key forums of National Treasury in presenting what the responsibility of gender responsive budgeting is. So there is a team in National Treasury responsible for budget reform that is facilitating for making sure that all CFOs are there. So since 2022, we have been capacitating not only CFO, but all colleagues that works in the finance space on gender responsive budgeting. We are currently piloting gender responsive budgeting with 10 national departments. And I mean, although the results are not what we want to see, but at least we are triggering a thinking of what do we mean when we say gender responsive budgeting. And when we say budgeting is very key to making sure that we turn around this entire thing about improving the lives of women, youth, and persons with disabilities.
Thank you. I don't think there's any more questions. Okay, so.
There's a hand though.
Okay, Ma, I'll come to you. There's a hand from Gloria. Maybe you can open the mic. Gloria, would you like to ask your question? Gloria, online? Can she be unmuted? She's unmuted.
I asked
No.
to unmute. But I guess if he's struggling, we might as well ask Gloria to write in.
Okay, Gloria, please write your question on the chat and we will respond to it. We seem to be having a lot of connectivity issues.
Thank you very much. My name is Maki Mufokeng. I think the question or a comment I want to make is that in the last concluding remarks or slides that Dineo showed, is that there's been a poor response rate and there were subjective views in respect of the process. And I'm just wondering as to whether will there be other actions that will be taken to make sure that there's improvement with regard to response rate, because it's very important and pertinent that more participation is enforced so that we may have a better picture of what the report shows. Thanks.
Sure. Dee, in answering that question, maybe speak a little bit about the Auditor General.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mamik. I think we wanted to acknowledge that the study represents the views of people that were interviewed. So that's an acknowledgement. It does not say the information is not valuable. It is very valuable information for us to understand what is happening with the work that we're doing in mainstreaming the priorities of women, youth, and persons with disabilities. But the question that you're raising is I think it's a question for basically everybody that conduct research studies evaluation in the country. A response rate seems to be one of the biggest challenges that we are all sitting with. We don't really have a clear solution of what is it that it's a best option. So one of the things we've thought of is when you have colleagues gathered here, this is one mechanism of improving response rates. So these are the opportunity that you're taking. Even focus group are better in giving you more information. So there's a lot of, if you're doing surveys, there's a serious challenge in terms of getting response rate with survey, because those depend highly on people that receive surveys and whether they understand what they are receiving. So if you receive a survey and there's a bit of a challenge with question 2, you're most likely to just give up on completing the entire survey. So what we've realized is the biggest challenge is the overall support of data collectors with the respondent. It is a big challenge. I don't know how we respond to it, but maybe that's what we need to look at. One of the challenges that we started to pick up, whether it's evaluation or research, is the capacity level of the data capturers themselves or data collectors themselves. Because if they are able to make sure that you understand the data that they are collecting from you, you're most likely to respond. So some of the challenges is whether the capacity level of the data collectors is at the level that we want to. As a unit, we only have 3 evaluators, if you include myself. So that's not sufficient capacity for us to go out there and collect data. So we use support from service providers at times, but then they will employ other data collectors who their level of comprehension of this work might not be in par with what we want to do. And it happens across all studies. I've seen that. So we're looking at new technologies, how new technologies assist us. So in taking data from collective like this, looking at real-time data collection methodologies, those might be able to assist us to have better data collection. But you can't do that when you want to do an in-depth study because, colleagues don't have enough time to respond to more than 10 questions. But I think this collective will help us. We are planning a policy dialogue on data. Hopefully you'll bring in more solution on what is the best way of us to collect data. To improve the responsive level. So when we went through the cluster system, what some of the cluster have asked us to do was that whenever there's time to collect data, we must make sure that we make presentation in the cluster so that they can heighten the response rate within government. So then we now gonna start with how then do we do that going outside of government? But there are ideas that are there. Some have not been tested, but we are exploring that. And colleagues, I think ideas are welcome in how do we improve response rates of studies, because that's one of the key things that we need to change. Thank you.
Thanks. Colleagues, if you're looking for chairs right here in the front, first row. I th- Okay. No, thanks, Dee. I think let me add you see, when you come late, you'll get caught. I've been so long in government that I look there but see here as well. No, I think just to add, I think one of the things that we all need to understand is that we all might be doing like certain parts of the work, but there's a bigger picture here. And one of the things that Dineo is speaking about is, lack of disaggregated data by sex, for us, by sex, gender, and disability that is readily available, right? But what leads to that? And so you then have to address that issue. And in addressing that issue, you realize you need to address something else. So in addressing why we're not getting gender disaggregated data, you then realize that some people don't even think about it. It's like they just don't think. It's not that they don't want to do it. It's just like they don't realize that, we can collect that data disaggregated. Not just say how many SMMEs, but actually say how many SMMEs are women and youth. And, until you tell them, you raise awareness. That's one. So that's some of the efforts being undertaken. The second one is enforcement. Now, how do you enforce, right? So at the moment, we are moving things through policies, through frameworks. You enforcing it through the MTech process, which is Treasury, where they're now saying through the MTech process, you are being assessed on how you're allocating budget. Now, if you just allocate a budget, we are picking up the challenges that some people are understanding that allocation of budgets is for women's specific programs. That's ring fencing. That's easy to say, I put in 215 million so we can develop women SMMEs. But that's not mainstreaming, right? So while you're doing that, you also need to be able to say, there is an incentive scheme in the department that is targeting manufacturing. And in that process, how are we also ensuring that women are brought into manufacturing, young people, persons with disabilities? So that's where some of the failure is happening now. We're picking that up in the gender responsive budgeting. What we're getting from the pilot, which is about 10 out of the 11 departments, they lumped their economic programs under GBV. No, that's one I raised yesterday. The second one is where it's easy to identify the programs, they've done that because it's ring-fenced, is women specific. The mainstreaming into the main core work of the mandate of that department is not fully understood. So there are measures that must go into place. But how else do you enforce? And that's where the Auditor General is playing a big role now. And I think last year, they started the audit. So they are auditing in line with the framework. And they started with 5 core center of government departments: COCTA, DPME, National Treasury, DPSA. We are the 5th one, huh? Right? And there's a report. I haven't read that report yet. I just can't get hold of it. But I think Dee has seen it. And that's what they say on how are those departments implementing. So I think they're going to move on this year and widen to say, maybe we're going to assess 5 more departments. Maybe they'll choose the sector, like how Treasury did, right? And then they'll say, let's assess your performance and measure you on how you are implementing this framework. So they're auditing that. Auditing, Auditor General of South Africa, we all scramble to meet those audit needs, right? So those are those efforts. But then we also realize people don't know how to do something. And if they don't know, sometimes they know that they don't know, but are afraid to ask for help. There are some who ask for help, and there are those that don't know they don't know. Right? So it's our job to address it. Those that ask for help, they do it through their departments. They go for the gender mainstreaming training course at the NSG. Or they might even take private courses. Those that ask for it. Those that know they don't know, but they're not asking for it, then we need to help them, right? And those that don't know they don't know, that's now emerging with the GRB. So what we've done is we've realized that they need more than the broad general course of what NSG is offering. NSG is offering for you to understand gender mainstreaming, gender in general. You know, it's a week long. When you come out of there, you're knowledgeable. Hopefully you will build on that. But it doesn't tell you how you should put your things, your priorities in the planning process. So what we've done as a department, we are in partnership with UN Women. There's a little bit of money. We got a service provider. I don't know if you've seen this morning. I was speaking to him at TiVo, who we are directly trying to provide a solution to the 11 departments. So in that process, we are saying we're going to use this pilot to develop a user manual, step by step, what you need to do so that you are able to provide the information that Treasury needs, because you would have gone through planning, and in your planning, strat planning, you would have said, we've got 1 million rand for research, and we're doing a research on water. And in that research, we're going to make sure that we are covering women, youth, persons with disabilities, rural, etc. To get to that point, we literally are going to hold their hands. We are having one-on-one workshops with those 11 departments, one at a time. We're going to take them through the process. Understanding from the point of understanding their mandate against the needs of women. Together, we've gone to that basic level, because you can keep talking feminism, patriarchy. These are terms that are way above our heads, isn't it? So we're going to the basics, back to basics. Understanding your mandate against that, right? What do you need to do with that now? And then what you need to do next step, and next step, and next step. Because if we want GRB to be a success in this country, we've got to do that. So we got that measure. Then we've also, as a research unit, but the department, we're working with the government of Canada. And I think some of you might have already done this online training. It's called GBA Plus, Gender-Based Analysis Plus, that the Canadian government has been running for years. It's an online training course. It's free. It's accessible to anyone in the world. You get a certificate. So we worked with the Canadian government, and they've provided us with a service provider that took that online training curriculum, and we contextualized it with case studies and everything that is South African based. We are there now. We got that done. Then, of course, part of that contract or deal with Canada was that we would get an IT provider to host that for us. Of course, to develop the videos that we need, etc. But then to host it. But now it can't be hosted with that company forever. It has to be hosted by government thereafter, right? So we're at this point where we know we covered for 3 months. We'll test the course. Anyone in South Africa can go online at your own page, do the course. But we are targeting the budget analysts, the CFOs, the people in the finance management sector, in addition to those in the planning, in the monitoring, in the evaluation, in the departments. So everybody should take this. It's a gender-based analysis course. It's very simple, but it makes you to think, and it's very applicable. So we've got those measures on board at the moment. There's a lot more we can do. We just don't have the money. And then we don't have the people. I mean, you can't have a monitoring unit that is covering women, youth, persons with disabilities in the whole country, and it's 3 people. Or you have a research unit that has got 3 people that covers women, youth, and persons with disabilities. Or you have a training capacity unit that is 0 staff, no staff at all. So that's how bad the situation is with DWYPD. So one of the greatest measures we can do as 51% of this population is to stand up and say, we need to be recognized financially. You remember we raised that yesterday. It's up to us at which stage. I don't want to go into what DM said. It was very revolutionary, but it's the ultimate step. If we don't stand up and tell the Minister of Finance, you need to acknowledge that you need to resource this sector by resourcing appropriately the programs and the departments, nothing will change. Having said that, Dee, thank you very much. I don't see any online questions. And hand online. Is that Lydia from Limpopo? Lydia? Can you hear us? You are.
Yes, yes.
Okay, first of
thank
all,
you,
Lydia, welcome. Secondly, you
thank
need to
you,
take
Ranji. Thank
and
you,
third,
Ranji,
but
and
I'll deal
the
with the punishment later.
presenters.
You can go ahead with your
Hello?
question. Go ahead.
Yes. On the issue of data collection, I'm worried because the presenter indicated that you outsource the service providers for data collection, and then I'm not sure us as the provinces, because on the self-assessment tool for gender responsive, there is this pillar. I can't remember the pillar, but there is this question that do you collected data, how the data collected, and then as provinces, we just say we have the EU have employed or appointed the data capturers, and then those people are data analysts. Then I want to check with you on this one when we provide answers to the tool on how to answer it, because we don't have the data as you have explained about the data. But what are the data analysts going to analyze? Which data are they going to analyze as they are appointed to assist the provinces? And then we will rely on the meeting like this one. We will rely on it. And then I'm not sure as to whether the data that we Ranji, you are talking. Ranji, you are not listening to me. Colleagues, chairperson of the session, Miss Chairperson of the session, can you please listen to me? Because we want assistance from you, that you need to assist us on the issue of a self-assessment tool. How are we going to collect data, and how are we going to answer that question? Give us the answers, because these people, we don't have data. We just outsource the data from, in our case as Limpopo, from a provincial treasury. That's where we collect data, and how the data capturer is going to analyze it. Thank
Lydia,
you, Ranji.
Thank you,
Thank
Lydia.
you.
I heard you. I was trying to address the matter with Dineo regarding even the GBV, but she will answer that. I don't know where Esther is, but they could probably also answer that from their perspective. But Lydia, please remember that there are two levels of data here. There's administrative data that government collects, right? That you can make accessible in answering that self-assessment tool. And then the idea of the data capturers, further to what Dineo will explain, was the reach into the community level. What are we missing in the way we're capturing data? But let me hand over.
I think you've really answered the question. I don't really have to add. But Melody, I think from my point, in your response, your answer would be no in the self-assessment because you don't have data disaggregated. If we're talking about the self-assessment in terms of the response. But just to add on what Meranji has said is that the resources that has been placed in the Office of the Premier is a temporary solution that we can provide as a Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disability to assist you to the extent to make sure that data is available for programs that are done within the programs. It's not for them to really start to do the actual starting of collecting data. It's for program that exists to assist in terms of how do you plan for disaggregation and how then do you collect data that is disaggregated. So I think it's important to understand that the question is trying to ascertain the extent to which your planning of programs and interventions are geared up for data collection that is disaggregated. I hope that assists. Thank you.
Lydia, just to sorry, Lydia. We were saying let's use Limpopo as an example. You have your government processes, right, of collecting data. Maybe it's being all in one place in the provincial treasury, which is fine, which we call administrative data. Now, administrative data still it doesn't give you the full picture of what is happening. So you could use these data capturers to actually get information from NGOs, civil society sector that you can bring into your process. It's an area that we neglect, but there's a lot of research. There's a lot of data. There's a lot of information that NGOs have at their disposal. Help us to get a bigger any particular issue. But let me, if there's no other hands, I can't see. No other hands. Thank you, Din. I'm sure you'll relate them and you on to the spot, gender distance and femicide, gender transport, Shlanga, Mochadi Bani. I don't know if I said it right, ma'am. I'm playing a number of roles. Head is that she national women level. She's involved in women in transport. She's involved in government work. She will clarify. I think she's going to speak from the heart today. Or you have a presentation now? Sit.
I think I rather issue of my
Stand.
yeah.
Okay, but
Good morning, everybody. Is it working? Oh, use this one. Do I press some?
No, it's not.
Next one.
Okay. Good morning.
It's not.
It's not working.
It's not.
This one is working? Is it on? Yeah. Good morning, everyone. Are you not happy? Oh, you are tired. Okay. I'm going to speak from my heart, as they indicated, but I've done a presentation and I've sent it to them. Yesterday, after body speaking, and the short notice that I got to come and say something, I couldn't, get findings or, anything of that nature. But by introducing myself, those who were here yesterday, my name is, it's a double barrel joy of being a woman, a double barrel. Is it? I was not. More than close to 20. I'm running my own VH transport because being an activist and love of women and children, I've been part of, some of you might know the organization because it has been started or continued by the minister who is now in this Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disability. That was SANWIT, South African Network of Women in. Joining the organization was taking place as our region, which is in Pretoria, because you can't sit and things for you. Now, is that active in then sport was developed and it was looking in the Department of to attend SIR. Can for transport. The past 10 years, attending that, I realized that they only talk about and they were talking of men as they are women. Start collaborate with CSIR and indicate to them, look, I think you need to change the way things are done. And that was a great negotiation because they end up agreeing to say, okay, maybe you can come every year and have a session that address women in transport. Now, for the past 3 years, 4 years, we realized that people who come to that conference, because it was 4 days. And when they see the session for Tshwane Women in Transport, people were entering due to want to understand what is happening there. But the interest was saying, it's for women in Tshwane, we don't attend them. Then in the organizing committee, they agreed that, look, why can't we change the name? And because it's internationally recognized, the conference, Chinese, America, the regions are there. So then we adopted the name International Women in Transport. Fortunately, if I'm wrong or right, I was elected as the president of that organization. So that's why I'm wearing this cap. Don't I have to get a... Thank you. All right. The presentation is here. Thank you so much. The presentation is here. I realized yesterday that we have a problem with this, projection. So I tried to make it black. So I hope you can see better. Or it's still worse, I don't know. You see, you need women to be engineers. If it was women organization who have done all this technology, believe you me, it will be perfect. Now, as I indicated that due to the discussion, I need to give you findings, I need to give you research. What you don't know, I'm a researcher by profession. And when I hear the speaker today talking about data collection, my dear, I just get angry where I was seated. I nearly wanted to say something. The data collectors, please don't blame them. They have no bearing in you not getting the data, whether educated or not. The person who wants the data to be collected is the person who must give the information to be collected so that whoever goes out there collect data. Thank you. So we as transport, I want to indicate something. I've realized that when we talk of transport, people think of taxis and buses. Let me say they think of public transport. The Department of Transport has got the sections or directorate. And it's the same way outside, even in private. That's how it is. Even in our organization and as women in transport, we have public transport and we have got private transport, which is logistics, and we have got maritime. We have a list of transport. We have got professionals. When we say data collection, there are those people who are collecting data under transport, who are researchers in transport. So transport is vast. It's not only looking at the, looking at the public transport per se. I want to use, because I can't read from there, so I took my phone. Technology is good. Now, we are saying we have a problem as a country. Remember, I said I'll speak from my heart. So my presentation is just the guideline of what I'm talking about. When we look at gender disparities in South Africa transport industry, we find that transport industry, it's a man-made. Men, and believe you me, they protect their industry in all cost. Let me give you example. If someone of you say, hey, I want to resign in my work and buy a taxi, think twice. You might not use that taxi, maybe as a scholar transport somewhere, but not as a public transport taxi. In our organization, we have ladies who are telling us, for me to load at the rank, I need to fight and scream and shout, then my car will come in. So what I'm saying is abuse of women is very vast in public transport. Let me give example. Some of us, we have vehicles. We even forget that there is a rank where you take a public transport. But think of those sisters, those young children, those people who are going to work. First thing, the abuse is the driver of that particular taxi. Secondly, is the system, our government, infrastructure. I'm pregnant, I'm going to work. I need to go to the small house quick before I take a taxi. You can't even go there. If you go to that private toilet, you might not eat the whole day. But when you use Gautrain, what is happening there? I can go to Gautrain with my bag, laptop, go and do my business, run quickly into what? To the train. Why? Because it's smart and good. So it's a high time as government. I'm happy because this is mostly government initiative. Let's look at how do we bring our own environment, not abusive to our own people. You have school children. You know, we're talking of sanitary pads. Where are those school children and women who are using public transport going to dispose of those sanitary pads? If you can't even go into the a bathroom before you take a taxi. That is another thing. Another abuse is abusing our own children. We want our own from our own houses. As a mother, as a woman, when I look to my children, I see them as children. But another man see them as what? As wife. We women now, if Mchodivan don't want me anymore, I can't get married to another man having girl child. Why? That man see that woman, that child as what? As a wife. And it's happening. So it starts with us as parents. We are talking transport. I had Department of Education. I remember one lady was sitting next to, he said he's from Department of Education. Department of Education, they also have transport because the scholar transport is there. You give scenarios. Now I was telling someone that it's like a case. Every week or every month, there is an accident of our young children perishing on the street because of public transport. You know what? The men then don't care. As long as they've got a vehicle, they put a box of beers, our children packed inside. We are poor. If he says it's 100 rand from here to school, I think it's better. Then we take our children as well. We don't even care about it. We put them there. So women, we need to stand up. Only not standing up as government employees, but standing up as women. We're looking at workplace other than in public transport. Workplace is in all environment, even in private sector. One of my work, I deal with trucking industry. When there is RTMS meeting, you find that it's only me and maybe 4 women. The whole room, it's men. Why? Because it's trucking. Then it believes that men are only good for certain work. Even promotion in government, you never know. Maybe some of us will resign because you were working there 10 years in the same position and we are doing good. But some people are not good to be there because they are men. And sometimes when you ask these other people, why are you not promoting women in your company? They'll say, you see, women, they get pregnant, they're always sick, they're always this. We need to make money. So things like that are things that you find that in our community, we lose a sense of humanity and mistreat our people. The gap and the gender-based violence, as I've already indicated in the transport space and also in our own spaces. Women, I'm standing here as a woman. Do you know women also abuse women? Do you know that? We are the biggest abuser of other women. What do we do on our domestic workers? If you employ a nice, beautiful young lady who is a domestic worker, she must not laugh with your husband. What type of humanity is that? Why, when we are working in ShopRite and Checkers, you find all the tillers are beautiful? Have you ever heard the CEO of Checkers saying, why do you appoint all these beautiful women? No. Everything starts with us, ladies. We also abuse each other in a workplace. You know, you find another woman behave as if he doesn't have children in a workplace. You go there as a junior, you say, Mama, I have a problem. I need to go home. My mother is sick. Yeah, last week your son was sick. Now your mother is sick. Next week is your husband. Behave like a man. And it's so appalling. Let's also change. Let's not put policies in writing. You know, it's good to do a research. I'm a researcher myself. I can write nice stories. Even when you read what I've written, you can say, yeah, this woman, do I live that? So we need to believe in what we do. I just like what Ranji said yesterday when he said to the DG, I'm talking as private, not as employee. You know why she was doing that? I don't know, but I'm guessing. Yes, that's it. Or when you are back to the office, said, why did you say like that? You know it's your job, so you are against us. So you get that traumatized by a small thing. And then the other issue, we're looking at, I'm now here, I'll jump the part for tweet and Iwit because I've already explained what we do. We really want, I said intend collaboration program with government. I changed this yesterday, you know, because we used to complain. You know, we like complaining, more especially us women and also NPOs. We complain. You know why we complain? Because we have got a group of people, they are not working, they are not recognized, and we think that when we come in a government establishment and we vent our anger, everything will be done, which is not correct. I'm saying we need to have this collaboration. And in collaboration, you might find that that issue of data can be sorted out. Women's safety task focus. If we focus, we have a place where we know that if we have a problem of safety as women, this is what we can do. This is how the government can answer. And even government say, you know, women in transport, what is your opinion? It does not mean if you want our opinion, what we tell you or what we suggest, it will be given. But at least there is that talking. Yesterday we're talking, I was very happy to hear that you are going to go to the rural and to the actual people down there, because everything is done on the top level, national, provincial, municipality, but not really going down to the people. You know, it's good to speak and to plan. You have all the strategies, but do a normal person down there do understand your strategy, what it means, what are the benefits? I can give example of this issue regarding procurement policy, whereby the government is saying, like even the president this year, I heard him saying, no, it's no more 30-40% is given to women. It's not like they're going to give it to us. You see, maybe it's because we know you or you have a company, then you qualify. There are processes. But do as government, women really understand the processes. Are we assisting? What is it that we are doing? We assist. For instance, Department of Women and Youth and Children, people with disabilities, sorry, I included children. Maybe we need to add that as well. You can't be responsible for projects that women are supposed to be doing. But individual department, for instance, Department of Agriculture, they're the people who are supposed to take the button and make sure things are happening. And how did that happen? It happened because of this. You know, the coming together, you know, the discussion and going to the level where people are. And the other issue with regards to women empowerment and also safe transport hubs, as I was indicating when I was talking in the beginning, to say you want to take a taxi, is a public transport. Maybe there is not even a toilet. If there is sometimes that toilet that is dirty in other areas. You go to Hammanskraal, there are people who are working in Joburg. They have to take a bus somewhere, I don't even know the street. You know, a woman have to wake up 4 o'clock and wait for the bus. Is it safe for that woman? It's not safe. What do we do? And what does the company that benefits on those people who are using the public transport doing? For instance, PATCO. They need to have a safety spot or hubs where we know that women are safe. Not only women, but you know, all the individual, because nowadays, even men are victims. So violence might be starting by a man or started by a woman, but a man tried to protect himself. Because I say my wife is abusing me. And the police laugh, when a woman, you understand? What does that man do after that? He revolted. No, the government said we must not abuse women. And when you report a woman, now you are stupid. You cannot be a man because women are powerful than you. So we as women, that's why I also tend to ourselves to say, let's help the system. Everything that has to do with not taking into account, not communicated to, not being promoted because of certain reasons. And government is there to guide, but it cannot do everything. We are saying the impact of the intervention may help the implementation of the programs that the government gives to us or that they have. The same thing that we are trying to do. If everything is done accordingly and everyone is involved, I'm really humbled to be here today. And I indicate that I worked for government for many years. Believe you me, the progress that this department has done up to so far, I was not even aware. That's why I said I will change even what I wanted to talk about, because really it shows that there is a milestone. It's not perfect, but they happen. And with collaboration with us, as women in transport and any other women who are willing to talk or to participate. For instance, you find that there are women who are training other women to be drivers. There are other women who are training other women to use scooters, you know, to work and get employment. So there is a lot that we can do as women. Yes, thank you. You know, talking from the heart, sometimes you don't even look at the time. Thank you. 5 minutes, I think I'll be done. So what I'm saying here, as a moving forward, gender discrimination is a disease. I heard yesterday you were talking of, it's a pandemic. Whoever thought of that is correct. How do we heal from that? And as collective and stakeholders and everybody else, if we stand together, we can make it. I'm saying I'm here on behalf of other women and the organizations that I represent. If there is a need of research or any other work, I'm not talking about financial benefit. You must understand me. If there is a financial benefit, I'll queue like any other person. I'm talking about being part of this type of conversation. Because if there is a conversation, a lot of things can happen. We put together our minds. And as I spoke to Ranchil yesterday, that we'll like to participate. I've sent some documents. I think I copied you. I wrote a paper with Dr. Mateta of CSIR. We presented about empowering of women. Believe you me, we presented in that conference, but someone must take what we're presenting and action it. I'm saying in this type of forum, where things are done, we elimination of women. Even the other thing is to participate in my own business as I'm a researcher and also as an activist. Commission of inquiry, they once asked me to write something I did, and I think that I've also indicated. So you can look at it. If there is any use on it or something to tap on it, you can. And you can also communicate with me and Dr. Mateta as well of CSIR. There's numbers there. You can also assist. So every year, we were having conference for 4 days. They discuss transport different, but we have one day on Thursday where we deal with women. And I think if as government, we can put together and use that day every year to make sure that we gather more information and everything else, I think we can be a better country. I thank you. God bless you.
Oh, thank you, Ma Mavis. You see, I'm sorry that I had to stop you, Ma, because there's such a long program, but I think what we are saying is we need a platform that we don't come and present frameworks and policies, but we speak on issues. I think that's sorely lacking. I know there are a lot of talk shops that do go on, but sometimes there's a need to hear each other. I want to thank you for having that kind of insight into the department. One of the criticisms that we face, including mainly from government, is that they don't know why we exist. They don't know why we need to exist. And so this is a kind of thing we need as influencers in society to say they need to exist, but why they need to exist. That's one. Number two, I just wanted to raise with you the department, and this was probably not last year, but I think 2 years before that, for 2 or 3 years, we ran a program, and I think we did this in partnership with Transport Esther on the Taxi Association, but we worked with the Taxi Association. We actually have an MOU, if I'm not mistaken, with Santaco. And we did this program based on what limited funding we had, where we worked with the Taxi Association. We identified a taxi rank and we did a program in the taxi rank. But then we also took drivers and I think it's owners, some owners of the taxis. And we worked with NSG, and they did a training course for I think 3 days to 4 days in a hotel in whichever province on GBVF. Because about 2 years ago, there was a lot of incidents of rape happening with taxis and all that. But we couldn't sustain that program for 2 reasons. Number one, financially. But the other reason, of course, and you know me, I say anything anyway. I'm not afraid. It's our own fault as a department. Officials killed it. We need to pick it up again and bolster it. So, Mamevis, maybe it's something we could look at. And maybe somebody else would fund it, given that our minister is coming from transport as well. But I think that's an important element. I'm not sure what the extent of issues are with the buses, but we could explore that as well. And are there other forms of public transport, right? Like those e-hailing, no? E-hailing cabs. There were incidents of rapes, etc. Then there are things that go on in the taxi rank or whatever. You remember CGE took on this case some years back on that young girl with the mini that was, yeah. So there are a lot of issues, but we don't have enough time to focus on them. But if people come forward, then we can build momentum again in that area. But the one on the taxis, we do see the importance. There are a few of us colleagues in my branch that keep saying, we need to go back to that program. So let's explore that. We'll pick it up and run with it. With that, colleagues, it's now 11:10. Tea is out. We'll take a 15-minute break. We'll come back refreshed. If you want to raise any points or the discussions with Ma'am Mavis, then we'll give you an opportunity at that stage. Is that okay, Nomsa? So it's now 10 past. Will you be able to come in by 20 past? Please, it's just outside, all right? There's some tea and goodies. Thank you. People online, we're taking a 10-minute break. So you can grab yourself some coffee and have a virtual snackies with us. Thank you.
Can we come back to the session? Colleagues, may we ask that you come back? The next presentation is on teenage pregnancy. It will be led by Mr. Antonio. Antonio, like myself, there's no bio. You will introduce yourself. I worked with you at DPME, so that's as far as I know. And please, if you can take us into the next presentation. I'm just holding a force for Merangi now. She'll come and continue with the program. You've been allocated 15 minutes. So if you can just assist us to present within that and open for discussions. Thank you very much. Colleagues online, we are back. We're going to start our program or resume our program with the item on teenage pregnancy diagnostic evaluation.
I don't know if it's going to display.
Can I just see by show of hands if we are back online?
Thank you. Thank you. How are you?
Can hear us.
Okay.
Can you see if colleagues online can hear us?
It's
Okay, all right, we're good to go. Thank you.
okay. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Antonio Hercules. In my previous life, I did many things, including community development work and working in presidency between 2013 and 2018. Since I left the DPME, I was working in evaluation. So I know evaluation quite well, and I've worked closely with the planning people, and I continue to work extensively in the public sector, doing capacity building, research, including these kinds of studies and evaluations. This particular study is called a National Diagnostic of Government's Response to Teenage Pregnancy. Thank you. Can I? Yeah, thank you. Okay, good. Thanks. And I've got something like, I'm sure 70 slides. So it's impossible to present in 15 minutes. It is a big study. It's a cumbersome study because it's not sectoral specific. It in fact spans multiple sectors. And it was quite difficult to conceptualize initially. So the way that the research team approached the evaluation, oh, I forgot to mention, sorry, by the way, that I'm here representing and on behalf of the Department of Social Development. I'm actually doing the presentation on their behalf as the service provider on this particular project. And so this morning, I'm going to first describe just quickly how we conceptualize the study. So the first way to think about government's response is obviously that if there's a response, there is a policy problem. The policy problem we know is teenage pregnancy. There's a lot of consternation and concern around teenage pregnancy and apparent increases in teenage pregnancy that has been certainly quite evident in the news. And politicians have also quite recently expressed themselves very pointedly about the subject, including the EFF. So the way that we thought about it was, one, to first get an understanding of the policy problem, how big it is, how deep it is. Secondly, to understand the etiology, which is a fancy word for to understand the roots and the drivers and the reasons for why the problem exists, and then to move on to how government has responded to the problem, right? So that's basically how we've approached it. So I'm going to start by looking at the issue of the prevalence of teenage pregnancy. There's a lot of interest in this. There's perhaps some confusion and misunderstanding. And so this is a very important start to the discussion about teenage pregnancy. Oops. Okay. Looks like it's not moving. No. Okay. Thank you. Okay, so just there are background slides on the terms of reference and the scope of work and the key evaluation questions, which I'm not going to spend time doing. But basically, we want to know how big the problem is, what's causing the problem, the drivers of the problem, and how government has responded to it. So first, in terms of the first picture, basically provides insight into the issue of birth occurrences. So as soon as we start looking at various pictures and graphs on the subject, I'll come back to that in a second. I want to first make some point about the fact that there are, in order to get a handle on the problem, we can look at it in terms of the different indicators. And the key indicators in the area are birth occurrences, live births, there are different data sets and different data sources, and you will see that reflected in the actual data. And then also age-specific fertility rates. And I think this is quite important because we're dealing with the age group 10 to 19, teenage girls 10 to 19 in particular, very young girls, and it's very concerning, particularly in the age category 10 to 14, and then, of course, 15 to 19. And that is in alignment with international practice in terms of the data that is being collected and the data that is being reported, right? We're also looking at delivery in facility rates and, as mentioned, different data sources, different data sets, a lot from Stats SA, census-related data. And you'll know that the Census 22 has recently been in the news for the significant undercount, as significant as 35%. And we were hoping to include some of the data from the Census 22 survey, but we've noted that reproductive health and teenage pregnancy-related data has also been withheld because of the technical issues with the census. So there's that. Then there's the mid-year population estimates that StatSA also speaks to. There's the district health survey, so it's data sets within the health sector. And the DHIS, that's the District Health and I think it's Information Survey. Then the DHA, the Department of Home Affairs, has the CRVS dataset, and that dataset basically deals with population registration issues, and related issues. So we get the birth occurrences from the CRVS dataset. So let's just have a look at some of the key features, what we picked up in terms of the data. One is that the birth occurrences are actually declining over time. They're declining over time, and we're looking at long periods. The different data sets look at different periods or have data relating to different periods. Some of the data sets go back as far as 2002. Other data sets are from 2010 to 2022. So 2022 is reasonably recent, and therefore the figures won't necessarily substantially change. We also picked up some data-related movements, COVID-related data movements around the time of the lockdowns. So that was evident in the data. Second, in terms of recorded live births, this is the period 1999 to 2022. You can see that's quite a long period. And we had in 2020, in the 2023 report, we had recorded live births in the country of almost 1 million, right? That's not teenage pregnancies, that's birth occurrences overall, right? Then we've got the breakdown, girls 10 to 14, about 8%, and girls 15 to 19, 9% as a proportion of the female population. So that gives a sense of how many teenage girls relative to the population of girls and women in the country, the female population. That gives us that we've got data over time 2016 to 2022. Now let's start looking at some of these key indicators. The one trend was already observed, that it's been declining over time. And this also appears to be apparently a global trend. So that's interesting. But we've got data that we're focusing specifically on South Africa. Then in terms of the age group 10 to 14, these are the very young ones. Very concerning because they're immediately in this age category. It involves issues immediately of statutory rape, and there's no possibility in terms of the law. And we did look at legislation and laws. We had an attorney look at relevant laws around this area. There's no possibility of consensual relationships and consensual sex 10 to 14, right? There is in the older group 15. Technically not within a greater than 2-year gap. And in terms of the legal review that we did, we identified some possible gaps in the law. You can pick that up in the report. We noted that and this is alarming, that this actually increased. So the general trend is that birth occurrences are declining. But in this age category, 10 to 14, there's an increase from 1.2 to 1.4 per thousand. So it's actually going up. It is a relatively small percentage, you can see. But you can see that the trend is up, and that's according to Stats SA 2024, very recent report. Then in the older group, you'll see it's decreased from 30 in 2016 down to 21.9. That's also according to 2024 data. And then we can move on to the provincial specific takes on the data. This is the disaggregation of the data sets. Sorry. My apologies. So in terms of the 10 to 14 group, this is not a race for a province to want to be top of the pile, but we've got Limpopo province at the top, and you will generally see the same provincial emphasis, or the same patterns within the same provinces. Limpopo province, Mpumalanga, and the Northern Cape, Eastern Cape down to KZN. Those are the top, from the top to bottom provinces, and some of these actually saw increases in the birth rate within this age group. So that's when you get access to the report, and so let me show you the slide and why the slides are useful. So if you have an interest, for example, in some of the data around the provinces. So here we have in the age group 10 to 14. There we go. In the age group 10 to 14 by province. Now, what the slide presentation should enable you, or the report should enable you to do, is to actually click on the particular province that is being reflected. So in this case, at the top, we've got the Eastern Cape. it's not that easy for me to do it from here, but I think I'd have to go out and then click on, yeah. So when you click, oh, you can't see. Okay, now you can't see. Okay. Let me go back to presentation. But basically, for those that want to do further analysis and investigation of what the report is actually saying and on what basis certain conclusions have been reached, you can do your own checks. So if you're interested in a particular province, you click on the legend and it should be able to show you which province is highlighted, and you'll be able to see the trend within the province. So the colors are not great, but the top trend shows an increase over, let's say, between 2010 to 2013. There we go. 2010 to 2013. You can't see my cursor. Okay. And then there's a decline. By the time we reach 2022, you will see that for the Eastern Cape, there's been a very significant decline. I must also be honest that right. So I must also be honest that sometimes it looks like the data may not be totally accurate for a province as it moves from one year to the other year, even though it's coming from Stats SA. And it's recorded in the data set, and technically those data sets should have been checked and cleaned, but sometimes the jumps look too significant. Okay, let's move to the next age group. We can see that there's a change in terms of the province with the highest trend, or the most significant trend. In the 15 to 19 age group, we've got Northern Cape on top, KZN next, Mpumalanga province next, then Limpopo, then Eastern Cape. We see the same provinces at the bottom of the pile, and they tend to be the Western Cape and Gauteng. Okay, next, we've got in the age group 15 to 19, between 1996 and 2016, you can see that this is a different data set. The other data sets went up to 2022, right? So in this one, this one stopped at 2016. It shows a general decrease. So it's not that there is one data set that supersedes another data set. We must understand that there are different surveys. They've got different data sets, and the figures will be different because the data sets are different. We've reported all of the figures that we found in the different data sets, right? Let's go to the next slide. So you'd be interested in this one as well, that in terms of the general household survey, 2016 to 2019, in terms of girls, 15 to 19 being pregnant at the time of the survey, we can see that there is an age-related increase in the pregnancy of girls. So it's 3.8 per thousand at age 15, and later it's 27.8 at age 19. So when you actually look at the data, right, so that's the provincial rankings. You can see that this was for the 15 to 19 age group, and you can then see the provincial distribution. Okay, so here we see clear patterns that in terms of, you can see a lower birth rate, or fewer girls that are pregnant at the time of the survey within age 15. And as we move into the more mature years, the 16s, 17s, 18s, and 19s, the trend is significantly up. And you can then also observe the trends within the age categories. So this is 2016 to 2019. You can see that how what the trend is in terms of that age group. And you can see generally that there are fluctuations, right? Sometimes there's a steady increase, In other times, it was at a particular level, then there's a drop, and then there's an increase. Okay, so I think let's go to the proportion of the births occurrences for the girls. And this shows the provincial distribution again. This is according to the GHS data. You can see in this particular diagram, you can see that the Eastern Cape is very significant. KwaZulu-Natal is very significant, Mpumalanga, and lower for Gauteng and the Western Cape. Okay. Right, so birth registration, substantial increases. Stats SA, and as well as an independent researcher, a medical doctor by the name of Barron, they confirmed substantial increases in births among teenagers, and it's particularly concerning in the age category 10 to 14. We see in terms of the birth registration data that this is 2023 data, that in the age group 10 to 14, we've got 5,500 registrations, of which there are 3,500 current. So that means, what this means is in terms of the data, that about 3,600 young girls 10 to 14 have fallen pregnant and given birth. It's very serious, and it's very concerning because, you know, it has a devastating impact, a health impact on these young girls, and also has it's basically a child having to now rear a child. Okay, now what's important to note is that that's why there's a difference made, a distinction drawn between current registrations and late registrations. We note that there are significant numbers of late registrations within the age category 10 to 14. And we suspect that has to do probably with stigma, with embarrassment, with families hiding not wanting to declare the child that has been born to their young daughter. So there appears to be a lot of those kinds of issues. We're also seeing that there's a dramatic increase within this period, and based on this data, of a jump of something like 48.7%. It is important to note that this is off a very small base. So you get this dramatic jump, but it's off a very small base, right? So even though it's off a small base, which means we're dealing with a relatively small number, it's 0.4% of all births recorded in 2022. It's a very critical issue, right? Let's go on. In terms of the older group, this is girls 15 to 19. You'll see a different pattern. Current registrations in 2022, it was more than 100,000 girls in the age category 15 to 19 that had given birth. More than 100,000 in the country. That's a massive number. It's a massive number. Late registrations is about 2.7%. So you get better compliance, a much higher rate of immediate registration of the births. And we can see also that there's a jump. The jump is not in percentage terms that dramatic. We can see that there's a jump of about 50 births to about 55.5 births per 1,000 girls during this period. Okay, we've noted a higher volume of registration. And so in terms of the policy problem, we've looked at various data sets. These are the data sets we've looked at. And those are the patterns, and those are the metrics, those are the statistics that we were able to identify. You must be very careful when you listen to News 24 or other news agencies when they talk about teenage pregnancy. They misreport, they misrepresent. They focus on one province. They give you a misleading picture. So when this report becomes available in the next few days, we suggest you use it as your most recent reference on the subject. Okay, it'll be a 2024 output. All right, so that's what we picked up in terms of the problem, how big the problem is, how wide the problem is. Then we were also asked to look at the etiology, the reasons for why this problem exists. And generally what we picked up, we looked at lots of studies. And we want to, there's a whole section that deals with methodology and the way that we selected the evidence that we reviewed. We went for big studies. We tried to avoid single studies. We avoided qualitative studies. We wanted studies with big numbers. We wanted meta studies. We wanted systematic reviews. And we wanted peer-reviewed studies, which means the studies have already been checked and been reviewed within the academic world, and that they have the status of being good, credible research. Okay, so that's basically our general approach and the way that we selected the literature that we reviewed. In terms of the general findings, as far as factors, determinants, and predictors are concerned, we looked at South African studies. And there's very good South African specific research. There's a whole section on that we've written up. Then there's a section on sub-regional research. That's basically sub-Saharan Africa. And then we looked at research, additional insights that we could pick up from the rest of the world research. Okay. So in terms of the main factors, drivers, determinants of teenage pregnancy that we picked up, we noted the following: sociostructural. This should not surprise that race, class, gender, and geography make a massive difference in the country. In fact, in our view, based on the data and on the evidence that we reviewed, we believe that this is probably the most significant contributor to active contributor to teenage pregnancy, right? So sociostructural goes together with economic. Sociocultural picks up on the norms, the practices, all of those kinds of things. There's also educational attainment. There are clear. There's lots of evidence around educational attainment and level of awareness, particularly of sexual and reproductive health and rights issues, CSE, comprehensive sexuality education, and general awareness. So the more aware a young girl is, the more likely it is that she will make better choices. Other factors are personal relationships, which pick up on issues of relationship dynamics, power relations, the gender issue, and also maintenance of the relationship. A lot of girls in the South African research that we were able to identify linked to the Her Story evaluation. It's a big mega study. Were having unprotected sex with their partners in order to maintain the relationship, so that the boyfriend did not go elsewhere. Also country-specific policy and services. It's a really big area because obviously policy drives the delivery of services. If you don't have effective policy to deal with adolescent sexual and reproductive health and rights issues, then it's going to have a market impact on services. Right. So the last area that is, of course, very significant is the individual. And in the individual area, we pick up specifically on the family situation. We've got a lot of single parent households in South Africa. We also have child-headed households, and you'll see that in some of the data and other issues that we pick up, right? And you'll see again that educational attainment is also an issue within the individual domain. It's important there within the general public, but it's also important within the individual domain. Right, so that's the overall conclusion that we reached. Then we've got the actual insight in terms of the research on South Africa. And so, for example, I don't have time to actually talk to the whole slide, so I'm just going to talk to one aspect. Adolescent girls and women they give reasons for why they engage in transactional sex and have transactional relationships. That's quite a significant issue. We get very different, in the evidence, very different complex and diverse responses, ranging from economic deprivation. There's the structural issues of poverty and inequality, hunger and poverty, to desires for social approval. So that's your socio-cultural stuff, prestige, glamour. And so you're also picking on some of the aspirational motivations for these relationships. And that combined with a large unmet contraceptive need. Some of the studies suggest that it's as high as 50% of teenagers who are sexually active are not using condoms. So that puts them at risk immediately to HIV/AIDS. They may be using other methods like barrier methods, or they may be using long-acting. They may be using PrEPs or other methods, and that data provides insights into high rates of HIV and teenage pregnancy. And we'll see it in the data that the HIV/AIDS or the HIV infection rate has actually gone up in the youth population over the last few years. Right. So then in terms of sub-Saharan Africa, similar factors, similar issues. We can see that in the region, we've got high adolescent birth rates with over 100 births per 1,000 girls, which is twice the global average, right? And this may also explain why we get lots of visitors to South Africa that want to use our public health services, because they have access to public health facilities to go and give birth. And they may stay or they may go back home, right? So there's that issue. I'm not going to talk to the rest of those. Then in the rest of the world findings, let's pick up on some of the unique aspects. It's interesting that one big study, a systematic review, noted that early motherhood accounts for relatively few negative long-term socioeconomic outcomes. Now, I think it's important to note that in better resource contexts where the state is able to provide means of sustainable income to their citizens, so particularly your northern industrialized societies will be able to do that. It's likely that this data is showing this trend within those kinds of contexts. Because in our context where there's poverty and inequality, early motherhood is actually going to further emphasize and consolidate the effect of that poverty and inequality, because that child is now being born within that context. And then they say, predominantly though, it's an indicator of a disadvantaged family background. So actually also they pick up on poverty and inequality as a big structural issue. They're saying that in terms of socioeconomic outcomes, maybe in terms of jobs, I don't know, and careers, we'd have to look very carefully at what is actually in the evidence to be able to find useful insights for South Africa and for Africa. Okay, other research associates, now this is really good for us to look at. There are a range of very, very serious health implications, particularly for the younger 10 to 14 year age group. The younger the girl, the more significant the risks. There are very, very significant health risks, right? Okay. They also pick up on the COVID pandemic as in terms of the spikes. There was also an interesting study about alcohol, the consumption of alcohol, maternal substance abuse, and an impact on the sexual behavior of their children. Okay, then the next area we then looked at in terms of now we moved on from looking at the policy problem and then the etiology of the problem. We then moved on to look at government's response. And so we looked at three main sectors, and the three main sectors represent government's main service delivery or main intervention areas in terms of sectors. We looked at social development, we looked at health, and we looked at basic education. There are other sectors that are also responsive. For example, you could argue that policing, there are certain obligations for the police to go and make arrests, particularly around the issue of statutory rape. We had in our teenage pregnancy consultation last year, in June, July last year, that the DSD roundtable, a national roundtable, we had one of the senior police officers come and do a presentation and talk to us about some of the problems that police experience when they want to deal with issues of statutory rape. And they talk about families concealing the problem and colluding with the perpetrators, so that there's no hope of successful prosecution or even the actual laying of the charge. They talk about the perpetrators buying groceries for the family, giving money to the family, and making other material offerings as part of a settlement. So that's more traditional methods of resolution of the problem. And our law is actually very clear that we have a compulsion, we have an obligation to report these cases, particularly for girls 10 to 14, and they should automatically fall under statutory rape charges. Okay, so in each sector, we identified the indirect policies as well as the direct policies. So we made a list. Sometimes, and in most cases, the issue of teenage pregnancy is picked up indirectly in the policy and not directly in the policy, right? So we looked for relevance for teenage pregnancy, and so what we found in terms of social development, for example, is that although these policies indirectly address, some more recently address aspects of teenage pregnancy. So the more later policies like the National Child Care and Protection Policy, the White Paper on Families, and the revised White Paper 2021, they pick up on the more, you could say, the issue of teenage pregnancy more directly, but a lot of the other policies like the population policy and the social welfare service policy, they are more indirect. And it's kind of included in terms of the service delivery response driven by the policy in that particular sector. We go on to legislation. We picked up on laws within the sector as well, and the specific areas that are covered. We noted in particular the importance of the Children's Act. 3 minutes. The importance of the Children's Act in the social development sector. I'm going to try and move. In terms of this, now the way that we approached, and it's very important, the way that we try to do this, there's a lot of very ambiguous, very confusing, very, I don't want to say, not very useful research that happens, because it doesn't give us tangible and hard empirical data about sectoral capacity and sectoral machinery to respond to particular issues. So I can point to lots of evaluations. I worked for the DPME, so I can talk about some of the DPME evaluations. You will note that there's a lot of descriptive analysis, there's a lot of policy analysis, but it's very hard actual empirical data about what is happening in terms of the scale of the problem versus the response. So what we tried to do in this study was to actually look at the sectoral capacity. And so here we looked at social service practitioners, how many there are, how many are directly employed by the department, how many are employed in NPOs, and how many are on contract. We noted that the social service practitioner per capita ratio falls short of the international standard. And we picked up on the actual, with relevance to teenage pregnancy, the areas that the foot soldiers in the sector are basically doing this kind of work. These are the areas of work, and these are the performance areas when we're trying to make sense of policy performance. So we noted that in terms of current performance, we picked up some good hard data in the social development sector in terms of psychosocial support services. We must caution, though, that some of this data, we see the data, we find the reference, but the data is a bit opaque. We can't make sense of where the data is coming from and how these numbers have been calculated. In some areas, there's no data, and in some areas, the data looks suspiciously exactly the same. So you will notice that the social behavior change data is exactly the same as the substance abuse prevention data. And so what we suspect is that there's a double count and that the substance abuse work is being used as a proxy for the teenage pregnancy work. Okay, so actually there's very little direct teenage pregnancy work. That's actually what it means. And we did the same, right? In other areas, so in the indirect areas, the way in which the social development sector is making a big contribution to address the structural determinants of teenage pregnancy. Here you can see the performance in terms of the child support grants. Some of this stuff is very worrying. I mean, if you look at the numbers, you'll see what a massive number. Here's 11 million. 11 million, 13 million, indeed children on grants. And it shows you the weight of the problem of poverty and inequality. And it explains the context and why it is that teenage girls are falling pregnant. Because maybe there's an older man that arrives with a flashy car, he has a career, he's able to pay for a cell phone, he's able to pay for holidays, he's able to buy nice clothes. You can understand, you may disagree, but you can understand what's happening. Right? Because it's a massive problem. Okay, so there are other areas in terms of the services, the strategies and plans. We speak about the framework strategy. It's not clear. This is 2014 to 2019. Is there an update to the strategy? It wasn't clear from the data. We couldn't find. What's happened post 2019? Or are we using the same 2019 strategy? Or has it fallen away? Or we're not sure what's happening. It's very important work. It's meant to guide all of the sectors. It's cross-sectoral in orientation. It's meant to guide all of the sectors in terms of these performance in these areas. And there is a DPME evaluation in 2022. Okay, so this is our finding in terms of the social development system response. So we tried to look at the whole system. That's our assessment. Adequate policy and legislation, no clear strategy to address teenage pregnancy, subsumed under HIV, TB, and STIs and substance abuse. Big reliance on donor funding in this area as well, which raises possible sustainability issues. High levels of fragmentation of services or interventions, no central system reference or accountability. Sometimes one official in the institution doesn't know what's happening in another part of the institution. We have that. So we also have large funding deficits at provincial level where implementation is supposed to happen. Lots of weaknesses or gaps in information management. This is a very big area, very big area. We need to seriously, if we're serious about dealing with a problem, we need to fix information management. Because we need to embrace evidence-based or evidence-informed policy making and implementation. And if we don't do it in this way, then we're going to continue to faff around in the dark. That's basically what's going to happen. And we'll be going around in circles. Right, so there's some more detail. I want to just cover some of the other aspects in the other systems. So the health system actually is governments, I would argue, together with the indirect determinants, the determinants, factors, and drivers of poverty and inequality, and indirectly, therefore, of teenage pregnancy. Those things, social development through its grants is making a big contribution. And then in terms of access to health services, of course, it's the Department of Health. And we note that something like between 1.9 and 2.2 million adolescents are visiting primary healthcare facilities every month. We don't know how many of those are actually focused on sexual and reproductive health and rights issues. You see, so that we can't pick up in the data. We noted also that there's a lot of work to, and it indicates a level of responsiveness in the health sector, because they've noted research that picks up on the fact that adolescent girls and young women have noted that sometimes these services are unfriendly and prejudicial, and they get badly treated. So in the health sector, we now see the emergence of youth-friendly zones, and that's continuing. And we also note that there's a particular scoring system. It's called Commitment 44, and it's got to do with the ideal clinic rating system. And Commitment 44 basically says that the clinic is provides adolescent-friendly sexual and reproductive health services. Adolescent friendly. And 30%, according to this rating system, 30% of about 3,500 primary healthcare clinics currently have achieved 100% rating. Okay. Only something like 2% have a 0% rating. And I have 0 minutes left. Okay. There's lots of data. There's lots of good, hard empirical data that you can look at, you can investigate. We provided, in each case, we provided references and sources for all of the information. We've compiled all of the data sources in one compendium, and the Department of Social Development can also make that accessible. Maybe it can be published, because in one place you can now find the most recent relevant research on teenage pregnancy, and you can do your own analysis of the data, either for private study or for further institutional investigation. And I'd like to, perhaps if I can get 1 more minute, on the basic education system. You'll pick up on some of the, I think the health things are fairly good and clear. And let's just have a look at basic education. They've got one significant policy, of course, that's on the prevention and the management of learner pregnancy in schools, 2022. You will note that they tried this policy. They put the first draft out. It doesn't look like it was finalized. It was in 2019. And that policy was criticized by the CGE and by the Lawyers for Human Rights, because it inadvertently seemed to have a negative effect on learners that fell pregnant. And they seem to be leaving the basic education system instead of returning to school to complete their basic education studies after giving birth. So the 2022 policy addresses that. And we pick up on legislation, and then we go on to the services and the areas of performance. So these are the performance areas. It's about prevention strategies through CSE, in the school, in the classroom. And then, of course, there should be school social workers. Interesting question. How many school social workers do you think, paid social workers, are active or paid by the DBE in the basic education sector? How many do you think? Okay, it's a bit more than 0. Okay, I'll give you the figures in a sec. Other areas include school-based DBE staff, of course, who must now implement this policy, so they're involved in the management of the issue. And it includes policy systems, data collection, all of those things. And then there's the school-based as well as the district level, the district-based DBE staff. Right, we found that there are only 760 social workers employed by the DBE in the whole country. And that seems very odd, because we're a country with so many social problems. So the school, if you're having a problem, the school hasn't been a particularly good place where you're going to get a response. Okay, so 760 social workers are legally employed as DBE workers or officials nationally, but there are 6,075 practitioners working in the sector, and most of those are supported by donors, which is also an issue of sustainability. We note that the DBE is looking to employ an additional 1,252 social workers, and they want to have the ratio of 1 to service 20 schools. I can tell you now it's going to fail, because if you add 1 social worker per school, it's already going to be difficult, because there's 1,000 learners in one school. So this is a disaster. This is just not going to work. Then we've got some other data, and we have 25,000 schools plus that do not have a registered social worker. Okay, so that gives you a sense of system capacity and system response, right, to the issue. And there's our conclusion, and so on. Okay, I'm going to end here. Thank you very much. Maybe I should stay for 1 or 2 questions.
Yeah, it is. Okay. Thank you, Antonio. Apology for rushing you, but we've given you over 40 minutes. I think it was sufficient. Colleagues, I'm tempted to ask for the next presentation, and then we take a round of discussion, including the previous presentation by Mayor Mavis. Let me check in with yourself. Is that okay, or you want to engage now with the presentation? Okay, cool. Right, so Antonio, I know you triggered with the services of social workers. Do we have them in the country? No, those are the questions. We need them, and that, but let me see hands. These are the initial hands, right? And then I will check if we have time to do the follow-up hands. So I'm seeing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. In the number that I've gave you, please follow each other that way. And then after that, we'll take colleagues online. Number 1.
Thank you. Thank you, Antonio. So the first question, to use your word, etiology, why is this called teenage pregnancy, and who is it talking to? It's talking to the young person who's carrying that stomach. But also the mortality rate of young people giving birth, children giving birth. I'm interested in that, both for the child who gave birth and the baby. What's the mortality rate there? And I'm going to stop there. I have a whole lot of questions, but I think we should move on.
Similar to hear from Voice in Action. The question is, what are the recommendations from your side to the Department of Education, especially considering that the number of social workers are not enough, and also to the House? It goes back to the discussion about broken families, and we have men who are just constantly making babies and not actually being responsible for the children that they've created. I think it's up to us to actually develop a plan to work on this, not only to raise awareness, but to make sure that we hold them accountable. And I think if we can have more young people participating as physical bodies, warm bodies on the ground, I think some of these issues can be tackled. We do have a lot of young people that are unemployed, that could be appointed, to participate in these activities. And here's a recommendation: instead of giving 350s to people that are not doing anything, maybe they could be given tasks of fixing, cleaning, and helping to share information. Once they've shared something in their community, come back and say, this is what I've done in my community, then give them the 350. So that we can address challenges and not only just give out resources to people who are going to be sitting on the corners, becoming problems, drinking, and then causing these things that we are seeing, teenage pregnancies, attacking children, etc. So there are so many things that we can do, but it requires consistency. So the first question, please, what are the recommendations to DBE? Because if those recommendations can be given, I think we can enforce as a collective. I thank you.
Thank you, Antonio. 2 things. I've not read the study, but now I'm going to read it. And the second one is I haven't read the policies on teenage pregnancy carefully enough. I think mine is more a comment that I'm going to make. We keep looking at teenage pregnancy and such related things, and we keep shifting the blame. The blame lies squarely on the parents. No? Why should I hold a 10-year-old accountable for falling pregnant I should hold a household. You know, I'm using the example of in India, you know, women were being killed for dowries, dowry related deaths. And what India did was they put in this law that said that when a woman is dead, other than natural causes, within 7 years of marriage, they arrest the entire marriage household. That means the mother, the father, the brother-in-law, the sister-in-law, and then you must prove that it wasn't a dowry-related death. It brought down dowry-related death because they shifted the blame. South Africa never does that. We never shift the blame. Yeah, we want to find social workers. And that's what I was raising yesterday about move away from methodology and address the problem. Who should be held accountable for a 10-year-old being pregnant? So immediately there's a registration of a birth by a 10-year-old. That parent or parents should be called to account. If we do that, we might have a different approach. You can give the onus to teachers, principals, social workers, departments. It's the parents. Thank you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm overwhelmed. I really am. Tony, thank you so much. And good to see you again. This is emotional, especially also when you are a mother. It's very difficult for women to look at this. And with all due respect to brothers in the room, I know it touches you, not all the same, but it's worse when you're a mother and you see this kind of figures, because it could have been your girl. First of all, we're looking forward to this study from social development. It's been a long time coming. Thank God it's here, because we've been very concerned about this particular issue. I saw on the slide on where you were talking about motivations. Ne? I mean, this is a good study from the look of things, the methodology, etc., and the sources that you say you reviewed. But I kind of feel that even what from literature, it's a skin, tip of the iceberg. Remember what DG said about the story when we went to TUT last week. By the way, it was just last week. They also conduct studies with their students. And there's a high rate of pregnancy of young women in TUT, let alone any other tertiary institution. And they were also speaking about the motivation. And one of the motivations was they deliberately do not take contraceptives because they are worried about weight gain, sorry. So I think it talks about that glamour, prestige and whatever, talks to that. So that's worrying. I think we need to go beyond and broader than what you found to really try and arrest this problem. Secondly, we've been trying from the department side to try and coordinate this the same way that we do with GBV, because we are very concerned and ensure that departments report in terms of interventions, work they do, so that we can bring this to cabinet, so they can understand that this thing is huge and we need to try and... I like particularly, Tony, how you looked at the system, because it tells you even a bigger story. And that's exactly, colleagues, I'm glad that it came so clearly from Tony's presentation. Because that's what I was saying about the system and its ability to respond to gender-based violence. It's the same thing. That there is huge demand and we appreciate as public officials, but the system does not have the capacity to deal with these things. It's not an excuse. It's just a reality that I think we need to engage in because there's so many young social workers that are unemployed. And I don't know how we're not bringing them into the system to assist us. So I just wanted to really talk to that one.
Anthony, I'm going to take additional 2 hands, one online and the additional one, and then I'll ask you to respond, and then we'll take another round. Thank you.
Thank you, Antonio, for the presentation. Really, it was eye-opening, and it gives food for thought of what is our role in here as well in dealing with the sketch. We appreciate the stats that have been presented, but I'm just worried about the omissions that I have identified. To just say, for me, rightly so, the study was focused more on young girls and not much to do with perpetrators. We don't know who the perpetrators are or how do we identify them and what are the causes and what are the reasons from the perpetrator point of view. And the role of the communities, like Ranji has said, to say what is the role of the parents, the role of the community in trying to deal with that. But also the language that is being used to say, we talk more of teenage pregnancies of 10 to 14-year-olds instead of statutory rape. Who is making these 10, 14-year-olds pregnant? So I think the focus should be from that angle so that we come with mechanisms of, dealing with that. Thank you very much.
Colleagues, I know this is a very interesting conversation. Let's just break it in half so that Antonio is also given an opportunity to respond. Maybe some of his responses will cover the question you want to ask. Remember, I said I want to take the first hands because I know the other hands are triggered by what is already being said. So let's try to just manage that a bit. I'll give you a hand. There's another hand online, Dr. Crystal, and then we'll take another round of questions, and then we'll also read some of the chats that we have online. Thank you.
Thank you. This is a very triggering issue. And I think it's very critical and controversial. And as one of, I don't want to say a victim, I'm just trying to create this scenario in my head that I was violated when I was 10, when we were out playing with friends. I hope this is not on the recording. So playing with your peers and all, and then now, I don't know how it got to my peers that we were playing with to hold me down for this older person who had a mental problem, for him to do that to me. And the reason was they want to see how big I was. That if his private part would fit. And then after that, I'm just thinking from the perspective of the parents being taken to task about that. We are there playing. And when you are there playing, when you stand up there, is going to be the secret that I'm going to go to my grave with. I have dealt with my therapists. Some of them told me to write it and then put in a balloon, the letter in a balloon and let the balloon flow. It never helped. Some I am dealing with it in a, nothing ever helped, but I'm still here. I'm working in the gender sector. The intention or the major goal is to address the issue. That's kindly because we don't know the situation of how those things happen. Some of them could be like my case. Fortunately, I was still not, I had not started my menstruation. If any case I had, maybe I would be pregnant or something else. So let us be sensitive. I take this as a safe space to be relating these things, trying to reflect with our personal experiences. I do not think that most parents really have anything to do with this. It is the system. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Crystal?
Well, thank you. Thank you very much, Antonia, for the presentation. And I realized that this is a, like you said, it's a big study. And, what was presented was just a summary. But just a few points, and I think some of them, I'll try not to repeat points that have already been made. And of course, well done to the Department of Social Development for initiating this. Hopefully, it's just the start in building knowledge on how to eradicate so-called teenage pregnancy. So the first point is about etiology. Now, I'm very glad that you've introduced that, but I don't believe from what I've seen that you presented that you actually have presented an etiology. Etiology is the etiological theory should also be in a similar way to what one would have a theory of change. The etiological causal chain, and I don't expect you to respond to this. It's my perspective, and having also studied this. So that we go beyond descriptors and correlations and stuff like that, but we actually look at the causal chain of the problem, and I think what sometimes we also make a problem. We create a problem because we try to be, perhaps linear, so that we always attribute things to socioeconomic issues. Yes, of course, socioeconomic issues are very important. But I think if you look at, for example, the ecological model, where you look at issues of societal norms, the family, and I think this has been raised, the community as a whole, the individuals, the neighbors, you have looked at legislation and policy, although I think perhaps, not just national policies, but also provincial policies would be important. And I feel that, perhaps the issue of, power relations and patriarchal norms perhaps needs to come through a bit stronger. Because if you are looking at the etiological theory, then, that's very, very important, and we've had numerous colleagues in this NGM yesterday and even today raising some of these issues. So Madam Mhlanga Motshadibane this morning, talking about the transport system, raised the issue of, girls being seen as wives in families. And, so that because, should that presumably then there's tolerance for men raping girls, basically, because, and as many colleagues indicated, that this is statutory rape. So what are the roots of these this high tolerance? And then, the provincial issues are useful, but I think that looking at, drilling it down a bit further is also of interest. DG women raised the issue of a higher prevalence of so-called teenage pregnancies in mining areas, for example. I haven't looked at that breakdown, but I've certainly looked at the national figures. And then I agree with the colleague that raised the point about language. So it's almost like the girls and young women, teenagers, find themselves suddenly pregnant. We even use the language "who found themselves pregnant." So what that does is it actually reproduces this idea that actually it's the fault of the girl. It's her fault that she got pregnant, And I think we need to reintroduce, we need to re-examine that language to say, the children who were raped, and raped by men, because, children don't rape themselves. So they were raped by men. And then I think we also, it would be useful to delve into why are there, what are the rates of prosecution for statutory rape? So we've got the numbers, yes, the District Health Information System and the, Status A do have numbers on, age disaggregated pregnancies, those that get terminations, etc. But if you take that number, how many of those, can you link any of those to prosecutions for statutory rape? And, one anecdotally, it seems to be low. And, we know that in some cases, the police talk about cases being withdrawn and deals being made off, outside of the legal system. So, these are just some of the issues, but one really appreciates the work that has been done and, a lot of the data. And this is not a new issue. It's been discussed in provinces for a very long time. It's been discussed in the DG clusters, where from time to time, the figures are presented by Stats SA or even by the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, and everybody there's shock and horror at the numbers. But actually, there's a lack of an integrated strategy to deal with this. But thank you very much.
Thank you. Antonio, you can respond.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, some of these areas we can have quite a long discussion about. Okay, so let's talk about the mortality rates. So there's nothing in the existing data that we were able to identify or observe regarding the mortality rates of very young girls. It's not evident in the data supplied by the Department of Health. And it's not one of the indicators that they use in their system formally that tries to track some of the issues in this area. So I can't give a better answer than what I've just given. Okay. The next question was asking about what should DBE do? And I think the subsequent question about parents being responsible and the fact that the study appears not to be talking about it, I think it raises the general question about what we are doing and what we should ideally be doing as a country. What the study presents is the different range of interventions that the state responds with. It responds with policy, which then directs services. And you see that very markedly in the health sector and in the social development sector, and how these systems respond. And we're beginning to see, because the policy is relatively new around the management of teenage pregnancy in schools, we're beginning to see how the basic education system is beginning to respond since 2022. So we basically, it is clear from the data that we have significant capacity constraints, which includes actual people, foot soldiers to provide services and to deal with the problem and respond to different aspects of the problem. The thing I think that we must also bear in mind is, it was also raised by subsequent questions, the study doesn't only focus on 10 to 14, it focuses on the entire age group of 10 to 19. So it does look at younger girls, but it also looks at older girls. So in some cases where there is coercion and where there is rape, it would be correct to refer to those individuals as perpetrators. But in many other cases, they are consensual relationships. And then we're dealing with the fathers of the children that are born, right? So to answer the question, so in light of the significant capacity issues that we have and what we are currently doing and the gaps in the data and so on, what should we be doing and how should we be going about those interventions? So the research team has concluded that we need to become a lot more effective with and efficient with the resources that we have at our disposal. The face-to-face route doesn't work effectively in terms of mass provision of, let's say, education. We feel that there is underutilization, for example, of the public broadcaster that should be used in a much more developmentally constructive way, so that it doesn't just focus on entertainment, but actually gets used for relevant issues, to deal with relevant issues like teenage pregnancy. We've got to use social media channels that youth and young girls and young boys are using and that they access on a daily basis. We've got to be able to reach a much wider range. If we look at the numbers that are evident in the data, as I mentioned, there's a lot of piggybacking. So there's, in fact, a lot less of the system responses that deal specifically with teenage pregnancy. And we need a much more coherent and a much clearer response to deal with the issue. We can't just be piggybacking on HIV, AIDS, TB, substance abuse programs, right? So there's that. And then so in reaching these youth, we must also reach their parents and we must reach the broader community. So if one looks at the arsenal of services or arsenal of weapons, let's call them weapons, that the state is using to address teenage pregnancy, it's using so-called early intervention programs, social behavior change programs. It's using information provided within the health services when young people go and access these services. It's using comprehensive sexuality education within schools. Outside of schools, there are programs that are focused on parents and the community at large. But if you look at the footprint, there's actually a relatively small number of people actually being reached in terms of these really, really important messages. So that's very clear from the study. I don't think that, and we don't think as a team that there's going to be much more resources made available in terms of the health system. Maybe I don't know. The new health system that will take 10 years to build, the NHI, maybe that's going to provide some opportunities. We need to think about those other interventions that I just mentioned. And so on and deal with, and that there are legally and individual problems, there are all kinds of problems. Yeah, so if we look across these different sectors, I think that we've got to reimagine the terrain entirely. I think Currently, our strategy, because it's not clear, because it's quite fragmented and disjointed, and there's there's relatively little accountability embedded in the systems. We need to reimagine the way that we go about it, and that's contained in our overarching recommendations in the study. Yeah, I think let's leave it there.
I think we just want to check if there are any points on chats. I'm gonna just give hands. Can I see those hands? And this is my last Messi. Okay, I'm only seeing 2 hands. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I think mine is a methodological question. And I was just concerned, Antonio, when you said you only looked at quantitative studies that have been done previously. And in my view, I think then you missed out a lot on the explanations underlying the rates of teenage pregnancies that we continue to see. It is not a shock that the rate of teenage pregnancy is so high. We know it has been high, it continues to be high. But what are the changing narratives related to those rates that we are currently seeing? Surely the narratives must have changed within the last space of years. In other words, the focus on the quantitative literature alone is a limitation, which you probably need to acknowledge in your study. And perhaps some of the missing links that we are hearing and seeing now might be resolved by further qualitative studies, because we know narratives are changing, technological advancement, the structure of society, and all those factors cannot be explained quantitatively. In other words, we need mixed method studies to understand the whole spectrum of what is happening around teenage pregnancy.
Yeah, it's not, I don't think you can answer this, it's just a comment. You know, let me start off by saying that, you know, when you are in an international meeting, when I say international, let me talk about Africa. When you're sitting with the other 54 member states, as South Africa, the minute you start bringing in issues like LGBTQI, we get that animosity. You talk about teenage pregnancies, etc. You automatically are alone, because the rest of Africa views South Africa as being very accepting, you know, literally our morals are not as tight and strong. And I ask myself, why? And I think you have to look at this from, we're a tolerant society, starting from corruption, our levels of violence, our levels of these mafia construction. We now have mafias in the ECD sector. What does it show us? That we operate in this country with a level of impunity. And so I'm maintaining that as much as we, you know, all these measures are there, there's something that this country has to be cognizant of that says we shall not tolerate. There are countries that have no liquor at all, isn't it? That's it, no liquor at all. So why are we allowing ourselves to say, let's say that you have a responsibility as a parent not to accept this behavior? Why should a 10 to 19-year-old be involved in a relationship where there's consensual, you know, sex? What makes us do that? I think that impunity thing in this country needs to be, we need to address it as government and society. We are all over, corruption, everything. There's a lot of impunity. And that's my retirement message.
Thank you, Meranji. Online, I just want to check with Dr. Johan van Niekerk if you want to raise some of the points that you placed on the chat. Dr. van Niekerk?
I'm fine. I just think that there are many things that are missing from this piece of research. We know very little about the boys and men involved
You can
in
please keep it a bit down.
teen-
Thank you. Meranji? Thank you. Thank you very much. We appreciate it. You can continue, Doc.
Oh, yes. We know very little about the boys and men. We know very little really about termination of pregnancies outside of our health system, which we know are occurring, having a lot of practice in the field. I think that we really do need to look at the legislation. I agree with the speaker on that. We have many problems with the legislation, but not just with the legislation, with the actual implementation of the legislation that we presently have. When girls go for termination, I mean, this is a real opportunity for the police to be able to begin a process of investigation, and we don't see this happening frequently enough. We still see young people turned away from police stations. I think that what we really need is for this particular presentation to go to the National Child Protection Committee for further debate, because this is an intersectoral child protection committee convened by the Department of Social Development. I really thank the speaker. I think the statistics that you've provided are incredibly useful for us to see the picture, at least, you know, a beginning of the picture. But this is an intersectoral problem because it really does destroy the future of the young girls, and in rare occasions, the future of young boys who have impregnated a girl in this fashion. So thank you very much to the speaker for raising so many issues in his presentation. But please could this go to the National Child Protection Committee?
You want to say last words?
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
So can I just, a word of caution that there's no single study that can address all research dimensions. So our research team had a very clear terms of reference, and the only way we can determine whether things are missing is whether it was in the terms of reference or not. And we'll be able to see whether we answered the questions in the terms of reference, and on that basis conclude that there are missing responses. So we feel that we've tried to answer the evaluation questions and the sub-questions in the best way possible within the limitations of the budget and time, and the study has been extended and re-extended because of just the weight of the subject. Also on the issue of qualitative versus quantitative research, although we were very clear that we wanted as much quantitative data as possible, there is significant qualitative data that is engaged with in the report, especially when we looked at the issue of factors, determinants, and drivers of teenage pregnancy, because those are very qualitative discussions, even though they may, the studies upon which those conclusions were based were studies covering quite a large number of other studies. Okay, so in conclusion, I think that this is a great opportunity for us as a country, and especially because of the concern that we have and the clear need that we see that we have to respond in a different way to get better results in this area. It really gives us an opportunity to, in a sense, reimagine the drawing board and the strategy of response, because at the moment, most of the responses are rather indirect and piggybacking on other existing interventions. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Antonio, for your time. Another round of applause, colleagues. I think from a techno space, I'm triggered that most of our studies raise issues of policy, issues of legislations, or issues of socio-cultural challenges. So clearly we're not doing the right things. Yeah, somewhere we're not doing the right things because we can take all the studies that are still becoming. If you take all the recommendations, you look at all of them, they come to this point. We're either not doing the policy correct, we need legislations. There's some challenges with our society. Yes, apartheid and patriarchy, they continuously come for. So, but maybe it's the authors. But it raises a significant question of whether are we really addressing the right things. So maybe we might need to relook at what exactly is it that we're trying to solve with what. There's issues of resourcing. I've been in so many discussions in government or even outside. Resourcing will come, whether it's resourcing in terms of human, resourcing in terms of finance, resources in terms of skills. There's continuation of those coming forward. But we like now 30 years. Is it a justice to be able to go into the next 30 years and still raise the similar findings to resolve the challenges that we have? Clearly, somewhere, we're not really addressing the challenges that we're doing. So maybe we'll wait for artificial intelligence to take over our brains and do better researches over and above what we can do end-to-end. So colleagues, I think that was a very stimulating conversation. It is a serious challenge that we're sitting with as a country. I mean, I think there are also issues of, what do we look at? What is teenage? What is adults in our country? The misalignment of policies even in the studies highlight that as well. So those are some of the things that are triggering. I know we have researchers in the room. You can look at some of the issues that have been raised. How are you triggered to look at the next studies? But be mindful that we seems to not be measuring the correct thing because we have the same findings. Black justice. Okay, we lack justice. I missed that. Apology. Okay, so colleagues, we don't have enough time, but I'm wanting to take a next presentation, and then we will then break for lunch, and then we'll do the rest of the presentation that remains. So if you allow me, we're going to take the presentation on the 365 days campaign. And Mr. Mandla will lead us on that presentation. And then after the discussion, we'll do that. But I just want to take a minute. Can I just check if there are no inputs into the presentation that was made by May Mavis earlier on the issues of transport? They are. Okay, can I just see show of hands? Can I just have them confidently up? Okay, I'm seeing 1, 2, 3. Is there another hand there? Okay. Are there hands online on the presentation that was made by Mavis on the issues of responsive transport? If I'm reading it correctly. Okay.
Thank you. So I just have, I don't know if I should call it a little comment, but I have a comment on the use of language and sometimes maybe minimizing positions of women in society. Of course, it was a laughing matter, but I think we should reflect when we talk about huge issues of inequality around women, and we talk about gender-based violence. And then we move to making a comment around a woman would fight with you for looking at their women, or at their men, as if patriarchy is something that women behave outside systems that society have, like patriarchy, violence, capitalism. We should really reflect when we talk about what bothers women and what are the things that create inequality And what are the things that embed patriarchy in our society? It's not a joke to talk about women that, you know, we are so fickle that we fight over men. It has nothing to do actually with the bigger picture of inequality and injustice and the violence of patriarchy and capitalism, that the capitalist system that we live in. So I really want to throw caution and very firm caution around the language that we use, how we minimize inequality that affects women, and kind of center men in it. It's unhelpful. Thank you.
Hello. I was attending online because I had another meeting. But, you know, the transport issue really bothers me big time. And we are still not doing anything about it to fix the problem in the transport space in particular. I'm going to make an example. The taxi ranks themselves, where women and children have to go to on a daily basis, are dirty. What type of mindset or thinking or feelings are we creating within those spaces for everyone utilizing the space? We have got an angry group of people who will affect and use their power to overpower women who come into that space. So maybe as part of our activities as Voice in Action in 2017, I think we tried to do pre-taxi rank cleanup. If we do taxi rank cleanups, we can also then bring information so that women are protected and men are held accountable for their actions that they're taking or they are doing towards women. Just on the 9th of August, there were 3 girls raped by a taxi driver. Fake. So in that space, I think women have got a serious responsibility, women in transport have a serious responsibility to pull these men together and to say, listen to what our problems are. And this is what we think you must do as men. You will tell them and give them the instructions and they must enact them and we must hold them accountable to say that, have you done? Because you've signed the MOU with Santaco. Some departments have done it. Santaco should be implementing these activities. They should be implementing these programs of making sure that men are held accountable and they are cleaning their own spaces. If we can change the environment, I think we can create a better space for women and we can create a better space for everyone who are using those spaces. And people could be protected. But the massive muscle is not doing anything, which is the transport industry is not doing anything to fight against these problems. Instead, they are quiet. And I think women must hold them accountable so that they can become the change agents. If men in that industry start speaking and working with women, I think we can see a huge difference. So we still have a lot of work, but let's start off with practical aspects that could start changing the hearts of the people. And if we clean those spaces, I think that could be a starting point.
The back behind. Thank you.
Thank you. Mine is just a question that there are a number of, I'll call it a forum. It's now, it's women in transport, for instance, women in transport, women in mining, women in construction. There are those different forums and they are all talking the same thing. They're talking women economic empowerment or women's inclusion within the economy that benefit this country. My question is there a platform or somewhere where there's convergence of all this fora so that them getting or maybe a coordinating structure that can be able to, I don't know, where we can know about the existence of different fora and how to access them when we need to access them, because we recently conducted a study as the Commission for Gender Equality, trying to locate where women are located in the economy. So it's during these meetings where we will get different groupings or forums that we didn't know about. So this, I think, will benefit us a lot. Thank you.
Thank you. Mavis?
Thank you so much. Um, I'll want to not to comment on top, but to indicate something. And I guess that everybody is on social media. When you are in social media, I know there is fake news, there is reality. And you will see the impact of us as women we putting towards other women. So yes, we might have laughed, maybe the way I have put it. And if I have put it in a way that it feels like we are laughing or it feels like we don't appreciate, but it's a reality. You see, sometimes reality is painful. It's like beauty. If you have to be beautiful and you want to do dreads, you must know that you'll have to sit down and do all the things that they have to do into your hair. And it's not nice, it's painful. So my apologies if it really went in that way. For instance, as they were indicating the girls that are pregnant in the early stage. And to be honest, my dear, it takes a person to just stand up and talk about himself. And we appreciate that. And I think we'll take it. To me, it's like you are my younger sister. You're telling me something that I didn't know about. So in this forum, that's where you find that sometimes we heal. Sometimes we say things, as I have said, that we women, if you employ a young lady to do your washing, sometimes as women, we feel that our men will be looking at them in a wrong way, which is, it's a reality in certain instances. It's not all men. It's like when we say men are dogs, it's not all men who are like that. The problem of pregnancy that we're talking about, you'll be shocked that this 10-year-old is raped by his own father in certain instances. And we don't know. And if but if I have come out strongly or in a way that it's right, my effort, there are avenues that we get. But remember, in most areas, people are not working, they don't have jobs. And in order for me to say, okay, let me put together youth or women and go and clean the rank, most people will expect incentives. You see, like now I'm here. I don't work for anyone, I work for myself. I've taken my time to be here, which I'll be doing something at least to get money for myself. So certain things, it's from within. How do you feel about doing certain things? But I think systems are there, and I would like to ask those who think that we can do something. There are still people like who, I mean, who wants to do certain things and who wants to do. Can we do it? Trust month is coming. I'm giving you a challenge. Whoever wants us to do something for transport month, let's talk and see how can we get help. We can also get, sponsor. Let me give example. Last on the 28th, I was hosting Women's Month, the 28th of August. I didn't do it with my own money. We got sponsors. And we hired a venue. Sometimes CSIR give us a free venue, but this time we're doing it at Innovation Hub. And in order for that, you need to make sure people eat the way we are eating. So we get a sponsor. So we can still request sponsors from many people out there if we collaborate and try and pay for those people who will be assisting or give them food while they are working and cleaning. But the challenge again is what happened after that one day opening? Who is going to follow up and do that? So that's where we're saying incentive via private or government. Let's do something. But brother, I'm telling you, I'm available. Let's do it. And it's not only a bus, a taxi, only even buses. And also education. I'm challenging you as well to check the transport for scholar transport. It's appalling. While I was still working and doing project on making sure buggies are no more used for public transport for children. But the taxis that are there, if a taxi is old or someone, if he feels like I don't have a job, he buy a skorokoro and carry children. We are killing our own future people. And lastly, to wrap up, I'm coming to you, sisters. Is still okay. There are, as I said, I'm IWIT, International Women in Transport. We have women are having businesses. Some of them are the ones that are sponsoring, but most of them, they are there so that we collaborate, so that we look for work, and so that we communicate with whoever. So if you need group of people, or you need certain number of people, we are here, we can assist you. And there is also SANWIT, which is government, is supported by National Department of Transport. If you go to the website of a National Department, you can get it, it's there. But the reason why it seems it's not functioning to the extent that we want is the same thing as we're discussing here, like all the issues that are here. People are there. Database, we can assist, and you can talk to me. And whoever need more information, I guess those who invited me, they can also forward information. Those who meet on the passage, I can also give you my business card. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I'm not sure.
Thank you, colleagues.
Nice.
I think just to add on the last question. This forum in itself, it's supposed to be bridging that gap of various forums that exist. We also have another one on gender, youth, and disabilities, the GOD one, and there's the social space which Mayor is responsible for, and there's the economic space that Mr. Boy, who presented yesterday, is also responsible for. But we will make sure that you do have access to any of those additional forums. There's also additional forum on broad mainstreaming in terms of the gender responsive planning, monitoring, and evaluation framework that is also coordinated by the department. Colleagues, we're not doing very well on time. I'm actually very worried that we're going to have diminishing returns after lunch, because I'm seeing already people are leaving to catch their flights. I'm just hardening. Please, can we take the next presentation and then we'll then move to lunch. Mandla, I'm trusting you with time.
Thank you very much, Chair. I would like to rise on the protocols that have been established, bearing in mind that we are pressed with time. I know I'm standing literally between yourself and lunch, so I'll be very succinct. At the same time, I will do the due diligence in terms of the actual presentation. So, colleagues, the reason that I'm presenting, firstly, my name is Mandla Neku. I am not Kesha Salala. I just want to get that out there, as it's indicated in your programs. Having said that, so basically my presentation is going to look at the approach of us as communicators or communication in as far as implementing the NSP on gender-based violence and femicide. bearing in mind that we always embrace the spirit of multi-sectoralism, so which includes our department as well as pillar 2 on NGBVF collective, as well as the communicators that are part of the NGBVF collective, and GCIS, which is our partner in as far as the communication is concerned. So this is just also to take stock of where we're coming from and where we're going. As we often, been labeled in most times that we always like to revamp the new wheels and being excited of, starting new work, which is not really the case. And I think we're starting also, looking at this intro, which really kind of resonates and goes back to the Summit 2, which took place 2022. So this just to take stock of what is an intention, as I think has been mentioned yesterday, that we wanted to accelerate our efforts also in the communication space. So I'm not going to read colleagues' the narrative line by line, because it really kind of takes stock of what I already mentioned. I think this will be the slide number 2 and the slide number 3, but nevertheless, slide number 3 really kind of give context into the to gender-based violence and femicide, but nevertheless, and also brings closer to the idea and why are we doing this work in terms of communications. As we recall that yesterday we looked at the dealing with GBV as a pandemic. This is really about the strong accountability mechanism that we need to embrace, and we push that agenda. And the communication also looks into that. At the same time, when we look at the communicating the NSP, we want also not limit to dealing with GBV as a pandemic, because it's kind of an approach, right? But our work needs to be centered in the 6 pillars, which are read there below, which I'm not going to read because of time. But at the same time, I think we just want to unpack here in this slide the objectives of this campaign. And I think, for me, it's even goes beyond than the campaign, because this is a program where we wanted to mobilize sectors of society into taking actions around addressing the risk factors and looking at the drivers. So this is, kind of the objective that we wanted to pursue in as far as this communication approach. At the same time, we had a conversation in the morning that maybe sometimes as government, we don't really accelerate our efforts in talking about the achievements. I think we often, hence we will dwell more on what is not working. I think there is good progress that we are making, despite how small or it is, but I think we need to communicate. And this concept is on communication is really going to lift up that, so that we can also acknowledge the work that South Africa is doing. And I'm also mindful when I say South Africa, I'm including civil society, because the principles of the NSP talks about the whole society approach, not only government. So in the long and short, in terms of the approach and our thinking, in as far as this communication, one, we generate reports, or we as a department, we are responsible to consolidate reports that are coming from the different departments. And those reports, we wanted to amplify them in a way that we can generate messaging. So this is just, kind of gives the context. That's why I talks about communication content, where, these reports that needs to elevate, the targeted communications approaches. At the same time, we would want it to be felt in every in media platform that which also include, I know now we have quite common podcasts, but at the same time, we also need to be mindful that some people, they don't have data. How do we reach the people on radio? So we also wanted to be felt at the local radio stations. This is really kind of gives, the bigger picture in terms of how best we can communicate. I don't know if colleagues, if you know this, this logo. It was launched last year during the closing of the 16 days. This is the literally our new logo is responding to gender-based violence, that in every communication moving forward that you would see would always have the logo. There is even a narrative that talks to why this logo has been developed and what is the thinking and the rationale behind. This also, showing that we need to do more in the communication. If people in the room, they don't know, the logo itself. I already touched base on this kind of a high level in terms of where we would want it to be felt in terms of the presence. And I think this, communication plan is not only about showcasing the work that we do, but also providing a platform for awareness. So this is, different platforms that we feel strongly we need to occupy, that, gender-based violence is in everyone's face and is felt in the communities at large. So these are the different platforms that we have and that we wanted to escalate our presence in as far as communication is concerned on gender-based violence and femicide. I already mentioned, nevertheless, apart from the online platform, also there needs to be physical dialogues that we are holding. And if you would recall, yesterday when Esther presented, of dealing with GBV as if it's a pandemic. We already mentioned that we started this work already in KZN, where we want to be felt particular, looking at the stakeholders from traditional leaders and the Isikoti model in as far as ensuring that issues of prevention is being felt, as we wanted to stop gender-based violence before it happened, and we need to invest in all our efforts on the prevention because we don't want. I think for me, secondary is the response, but our approach needs to really focus as much as possible at the prevention side of things. So this just collects the mapping exercise that we started, and this is a work in progress, which we really want to make sure that we don't leave anyone behind, as we're looking at all these different pockets of how to better communicate and who should we communicate with. Just for you colleagues, that we're definitely going to share the presentation, so you don't really need to take notes or pictures. We'll definitely share. All right. So this one, it really looks at the structure. And I think we've always been saying that we wanted to augment and look at already existing structures that we have in the country. And so we can find a way how to elevate the issues of communication. So these are some of the structures that already some exist and some needs to be established. We know that we want to, or we are in the process of elevating the IMC with the new departments, which I think was also mentioned yesterday, that, communication needs also to be felt within the IMC around them advocating and be a face of gender-based violence and femicide in the country. We want to also, or we're going to establish a communication content advisory panel. And I think this one is quite important, colleagues. The communication we are bringing across needs to be very sensitive, because we can mess up with the way we communicate, and people, they can take a very offense. So it will be very important that structure is set up in the way that it should advise us in as far as making sure that we have experts that will assist us in the way that we are responding. This is, colleagues, a plan which I'm not going to read word by word on it, but it also amplifies and indicates where we want it to be felt which I already mentioned about the traditional media, which we know, the different TV stations that we have, what kind of information that we wanted to bring across. If colleagues, they would, if you happen to be on X, on Twitter, this work has already started. You will see how vibrant we are as the department in messaging, and also it's literally going to start this month with a partnership with GCIS. As we, trying to amplify the 365 days campaign, so that our work is not only about the 16 days, but it's beyond 16 days. So this is just a different platform and the way and the places that we wanted to be felt in terms of, awareness and advocate for the issues of gender-based violence and femicide. This colleague's slide number 12 and to the very last slide, it literally gives us an indication of what are the weekly plans that we have from now, from the 1st of September up until the 30th. We're going to be 31st rather, of December. We wanted to make sure that, our work is on a weekly basis. We know what we need to do in as far as, the different spaces in how do we ensure, we know that this month is a heritage month. How do we link Heritage Month into the issues of gender-based violence? So this is a long and short, Chair, the different programs which we're going to share. So this from October, which we know is the transport month, and then November is a disability awareness, and the 16 days campaign that will literally end to the month of December. We want also to do a different program in December, where we know that the alcohol consumption is always very high in December, and we know the correlation between alcohol and GBV. So I think those also some of our ideas, and which I think once we have that panel, we'll look at messaging that really looks into the issue of substance abuse and linking it to gender-based violence. So in the long and short, colleagues, this is an approach. It's not casting stones. We are bringing to yourselves for further engagement and for further deliberations, and also for people to raise hands. I think it is time that as a country, instead of pointing fingers, that we need to find a way how to work together, and which is one of the principles of the NSP, which talks about the whole societal approach. I'm literally done, and thank you very much, Chair. I took less than 10 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Colleagues, I'm opening up for questions. So if there are any question on the presentation that was made, can we take those hands? Do we have a mic somewhere here at the back? So Merenji, Latu, I forgot your name. Kotatso. I'm seeing 3 hands. Is that all? Okay, 4. All right. So with that number, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then we'll go. You're number 3. Okay.
Yeah, I don't think mine is a question, Manla. I just wanted to point out something. Go to slide 10. Just an observation. Slide. No, I think it's 8. The one, yeah, this one. Sorry, 7. Okay. Stakeholder mapping, no? I don't know if I'm missing it, but I don't see women there. We are dealing with men, no? We are addressing men, but we're not addressing women and girls. I don't know whether I'm imagining it. That's one. And the other one in your key messengers, there's a whole expression of the personal becomes political. We are executing it here. If you look at our messages at the moment, it's all politicians. We may need to make sure that it's reflective of all of society. And the important part of communication, Chair, is, there was a book written by, I forget his name, but it's called The Message is the Medium. And we had a lecturer at university would say, the message is the massage is the medium, or the message is a massage. And it is a very important communication issue. But we'll have that discussion outside. Thanks.
Thank you. Melato?
Thank you so much, Mandla, for the presentation. I think it's welcomed. We've been waiting for the communication strategy for a long time. And I'm happy that now it's going to have also a panel, an advisory panel. And like you said, it's important that we are, spreading the right messages, especially looking at culture as well as religion, and because we are a very diverse country. I wanted to also suggest that in terms of, targeting, different groups, because we are not going to say the same messages to everyone. We'll have a message for women, a message for teenagers, for adolescents, and then that we should also consider using, influencers on social media, because if I am just a normal person, a citizen, I won't follow Department of Women on YouTube. I would never follow GCIS, but I would always follow, the influencers. So those are the people that they should, to the communities and the individuals that we are trying to speak to. And also in terms of messaging, I also suggest that we shouldn't always speak about GBVF because it's an encompassing, term. But as we focus on youth, on adolescents, let's to them about statutory rape. When we talk to school kids, and when we talk to men and traditional leaders, we should also have a term. Maybe let's talk about the message so that we take the right message to the right violence, so that we address the issue directly. That's my suggestion. Thank you, Chair.
Kotazo? Please don't change my order.
Thank you, Manla. Mine was also the input in terms of Tourism Month, and also December, the department is running a holiday campaign. So as you know, as the Department of Tourism and the SA Tourism, we make use of influencers, especially during Tourism Month. So it's an opportunity to include those messages relevant for tourism and safe tourism travels and so on, so including messages that can speak to GBV or tailored to the specific audiences. So it was just a suggestion to get in contact with our communication team. I don't know how involved they are. There is platforms that we can use.
Thank you. Mine is just small. In terms of communication, you're mentioning the call for experts. And my question or my challenge is, when are we going to create our own experts? I think we should have more young people taking up that responsibility, because in the next 15 years, they could be the communication young people who are then going to be able to communicate these messages effectively, who have ultimately learned from the experts. Because I think that's critical. We always like to say experts and call for people outside or people, who are already working somewhere. But we've got a lot of young people that are unemployed. So in addressing gender-based violence, if we forget about the high rate of unemployment in the country, especially young people who don't have an opportunity to become experts, it's going to affect us in the long run. So let's ensure that in whatever that we are going to be doing, add an element of development so that we have young people who are then going to be the custodians of those activities 10, 15, 30 years later. Thank you. They would be doing something else, but they would have been empowered with those necessary skills. I thank you.
Okay, I want to also add that I don't think we're doing enough around gender-based violence, access to land and race and class. Because I think if women are given land and they have means of production of food, a lot of issues around gender-based violence in particular would be responded to. But I think also we're shying away from speaking to women access to land and race because a lot of land is in the hands of white population, and those ones are the ones which are supposed to create work for majority of the people, and a lot of violence takes place there, and that violence is not spoken about, and that violence affects women, which we're not talking about, especially given the recent publicized, but not enough publicized, killings, murdering of Mendlovu and Memakatu. We haven't spoken about that. I think we're not outraged enough, and we can link these issues to a lack of ownership of land for women so that they can look after themselves and their children. So I think that communication should, those topics, that subject should form part of this communication. Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks, Mandla, and thanks to colleagues for the valuable comments and contributions. And it's a pity, Dineo, that we don't have enough time really to try and assist Mandla, because this is very important. Starting with you, Kotatso, when we say experts, we're talking content in terms of gender-based violence, because not everybody understands critical issues related to gender-based violence, the sensitivities around gender-based violence. So we're talking experts, people who are in the know, that will guide how we construct those messages so that they are appropriate messages, but we make sure that they are able to reach the target groups that we need. So among those could be young people. We know that a lot of young people who are activists, not necessarily employed or whatever, but they are. So I think your point is valid. I just wanted to clarify that we were not saying they are going to be excluded. In fact, you need people with disabilities. You need, all the sectors that we are serving. So the other thing, colleagues, is why we are also bringing this here. It's just beyond just informing you, but we want you to add value. But another thing is, with government, departments that probably be represented in this team would be those that are in the IMC, because it just makes sense. We can't have the whole government participating. If you're going to be a steering committee or whatever, it can be huge, if you know what I mean. So, but from civil society, it would be good if we are guided in terms of where to look, who to draw in, because GCIS also, they're not content people. So they're going to rely on us for those messages. And the idea also, especially with government departments, with colleagues that are here, we know that we work, this campaign, it's long overdue. We are under a lot of pressure from the president because he's saying, I'm not seeing anything on GBV. It's a problem, but there's no messaging.
So the idea is that, especially with departments that are in the IMC, we know that there's lots of budgets on communication. So we are hoping that we'll be able to redirect some of those possibly to add, to, if we have messages, then they can also be taken to those departments so they can communicate. So it's not only relying on the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities. So the whole of government communicates that. So Mandla, maybe give an indication of how big this team should be so that you've had colleagues commenting and making very useful suggestions in terms of how you're going to draft the terms of reference for this so that indeed it's a properly constituted team. Thanks.
All right. Thanks, Master. And thanks, colleagues. As Master said, I'm not also going to deliver the point. I think it's quite important that this work needs to be done like as in yesterday. This is really a top priority and a commitment from our side as a department in constituting this brain behind communication side from the NSP point of view. We will be in touch and share with the larger colleagues in the room and also with our partners in terms of what is our thinking and how do we want to create this. We were meant to actually even to have a meeting yesterday with GCIS and our department to further, kind of eyeing some of the things that Master mentioned around the TORs, around also the fact that how many people needs to comprise. And we're very mindful that the more we have colleagues, the more sometimes it's always tricky because people, they easily get vanished. But at the same time, we have the NGBVF collective communications team, which are going to be kind of an advisory support into this, which everyone who is a communicator, even as far as the broadcasters like your SABC, they are also in the space. There are even some of the community radio stations. So, we don't leave anyone behind in as far as this communication, but I think we'll have to find a way. How do we complement what we already have versus to having this particular panel in as far as supporting process. I also note some of the comments in the chat, Chair, without wasting time, which also talks about the issues around influencers, which we know sometimes our influencers, they tend to also, in most cases, push also other agendas because of money, that we would want to be very cautious. How do we deal with that, so that we don't happen to find an influencer pushing an agenda of an alcohol brand and the fancy lifestyle, which, can also perpetuate and redirect our focus. So we also have activists that we can potentially look and explore. So I think that's that from my side, Chair. And thank you very much, colleagues, for the inputs. As I said, we brought it here because we wanted to get more inputs to strengthen the communications approach, because you are also involved and responsible to ensure that we have this plan that really talks to all of us and is directed into the need, so that we are in a position to move the needle. I think that's about that. And some of the inputs from RNG comments, and which we all noted, and additions that we need to think of. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. So can we then ask that if colleagues have further input? I'm going to ask colleagues, if you have further inputs, please do send to Mandla and team. We will also just make sure that you have access to our email communication for additional inputs. I think that's not only this presentation, other presentation, if you have inputs, please leave it there. Colleagues, I would like that we break for lunch. We're already running seriously and over time. And we come back at 2:45 40. I'm trading. Is it okay? Can we do a 40 minutes lunch and come back and finalize the presentations that are still to be taken? I know we're supposed to be breaking, actually closing the day now, and then come back because lunch, it has its own time. So let's break for lunch and then come back at 14:40 and then continue with the remainder of the session today. Thank you very much. See you after lunch.
You want this guy?
Online colleagues, please bear with us. We'll be back in 40 minutes. Thank you. National Treasury, are you available? Because we wanted them to just contact them.
Hello, yes, we are available. Are we audible?
Oh, you are coming. You are here. Please.
Yes, we are here.
Okay, thank you. So we will try to manage the next session with taking all the presentations, and then we'll have discussion, but we'll see how things flow. Colleagues, welcome back from lunch. We are not going to waste any more time. We'll give the next speaker on feedback of the Gender-Based Violence and Femicide Collective, the 100 Days Challenge by the World of Impact. And then we will then follow that with a presentation of the CSW. And we will then take a presentation on responsive planning and responsive budgeting. And then that will be the session for after lunch. Thank you very much.
I'm gonna wait a bit for people to come.
Yes, of course.
You're good.
Yeah. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nom Kubelo Mhlalose from the World of Impact. We're very passionate about impact. We're very passionate about results. And yeah, so it's unfortunate that I'm only presenting now. I've been waiting and waiting to present, and maybe in future, just a heads up to say we're changing. I'll really appreciate that. So it's a bit of what do they call it, a session when people are tired and whatever, but I'm hoping I'll be able to energize you because my presentation is going to be taking a different gear altogether. I'm not doing any analysis or anything. I'm talking about action because I think that's what we need in South Africa. And if you summarize all the presentations that we've had so far, at the end of the day, one thing that I don't think we've really emphasized on is definitely to say, given this high level of teenage pregnancy, what do we do? So with gender-based violence and femicide as the world of impact, we're using a model to make sure that we implement it in a way that we can start seeing results. And you know, one result leads to another result and all that. So we're taking this big elephant and we say, let's start with the ear. From the ear, let's go to the foot, because if you don't do that, it's too huge. You can't just, you know, take it as it is. You get overwhelmed. And that's what Esther was saying after the presentation on teenage pregnant, that I'm overwhelmed. And when you're overwhelmed, your mind can't innovate. Your energy just dissipates. So today, I'm gonna try and lift up your energy and try to say to all of you that there's a way out of this if we all work together. And as I was listening, some of the people were saying it starts with us, although it was not in those words. But what I'm hearing is that if we as government officials, civil society and all that, we look at this thing from the perspective of saying, what is the contribution that I as a person am going to make? What is the contribution that I, as a mother, as a parent, am going to make? But if we're going to point fingers all the time and all that, so the problem continues, the elephant in the room grows, it causes havoc in your house until you really try to arrest it. So I'm hoping that you will really understand this process in terms of that. So I'm going to give you a bit of a background in terms of where this process comes from. And then I'm gonna give you some kind of understanding in terms of how it works for those who haven't heard about it. Because when you say 100 days challenges, people tend to think that it's just a campaign that starts now and ends. It's not a campaign at all. It's a process of really addressing social change. So I'm gonna try as much as possible to deal with that and share with you some of the results and then the applications for next year, because this is a 3-year program. So basically, I think most of you, it has been said about the NSP and all that. So when the NSP was approved, one of the things that needed to happen was the establishment of the council. Esther spoke about it yesterday. But because of the time it took for the council to be established, we had civil society, government, civil society, private sector, individuals that are really passionate about gender-based violence and femicide coming together and saying, let's start working together collectively on this instead of waiting for the council to be established. And the main purpose really was, let's implement the NSP. So the idea is that the NSP was researched and everything, and some of the interventions really do make sense to say, if we do this, we will get these results and all that. So our focus was then to say, let's come together and implement in the way that will ensure that we begin to see results where, in terms of gender-based violence and femicide. We then decided that we will use the 100 days challenge model as a way of implementing. And the idea was that we need to build a community of people that are really hands-on in the different community. We talk about localizing the NSP, and what that means, it's saying, understand what your role is, be empowered to take up your role and do whatever you're supposed to do wherever you are. So the idea was that we would then use this model, and because of financial resources, I don't see now. Because you never have enough financial resources, and that's a reality, but you need to find a way to work around it. So we realized that we can only do so much at a certain point in time. We can't cover everyone, but the idea is, let us all come together and work on it. So we created 2 streams in terms of how we can all come together and be some kind of a movement that drives gender-based violence and femicide away in our country. So we then had what we call the 100 days challenges. And then we have on the other side, which is the other stream, which is the amplifier program. So this is where, if you can't be part of the 100 days program, there's a platform that we've created. In that platform, I'm going to show you towards the end. There's lots of information in terms of the tools that you can use wherever you are. There's information, there's even a program on GBVF 101, just so that for us, we deal with this problem with the same understanding of what it is and what it requires. And we all work in unison in terms of ensuring that we implement it properly. So basically, this is a journey that started quite some time ago. As you can see, we started with the Department of Justice. We then, in the collective, we decided, let's grab this opportunity, let's work on this. And that's when around 22 last year, 21 departments really came in to say, let's reinforce and make sure that this works, to a point that this year is the second year of scaling up. The third year of scaling up is next year, and you can look at the numbers that we're dealing with. So it's not an easy thing. It shakes you out of your comfort zone, because for you to be able to get something good, you really have to work hard. I think Usisi from the transport company said, if you want to be beautiful, you're going to go and sit there at the salon and have your hair really killed, because you want something good. And most of the time, good things come out of that hard work. So yes, these are our partners in terms of us implementing the program. But before I share with you the results and how far we are in terms of implementing it, I'm also going to share with you some of the challenges we're coming across and how we continuously try to incorporate that so that we continue to improve the program. So what I want to do is to just give you an idea so that you really understand what it is about. So for now, it is a capacity building program that's aimed to develop capacity within municipalities, within the courts, and in TVET colleges. Like I said, we could do it with anyone, but because of capacity, we had to really say, where do we focus for now and grow from them? So basically what we do, we actually take a municipality or core or TVET that is interested, they apply, because we want that commitment, to say, I really want to make an improvement in what I'm doing, in the work that I'm doing. So we're open for applications because we want to meet each other in terms of commitment, and we don't want to come in as people that are providing a solution for you. We work with you for you to provide solutions. And some of the solutions that I'm going to show you here, they don't come from us. They come from the people that we're working with. So basically, it's like, so when you talk of 100 days challenge, it's like any other project, like you can see here, when you run something, you actually have a goal, you have a time frame, and you have people that are going to implement. But what is different about the 100 days challenge is actually how we frame the process. Esther spoke yesterday about treating GBVF as if it's a pandemic. That's exactly what we're doing it. We're treating it, when you come in, you've got to look at it as though it is a crisis. We're not creating a crisis or anything, but we harness the behaviors that come on a crisis. When we are in a crisis, we start working together. We don't talk about working together, but we do it. And we do it in a way that helps us to begin to understand that even if I'm working at the court, if I don't work with social development, there are things that are not going to move because it's social development's role to do that. But if we come together as a team and acknowledge each other that we are both implementers in that process, then we actually move in unison, and the experiential the experience of the beneficiaries begins to change because of the way the different activities and interventions are interlinked. So there's intense collaboration. We don't say collaboration. It's intense because you intentionally create an environment where people can collaborate and people can actually understand that if I don't do my part in this aspect, even if it goes back to say this court did didn't achieve what they were supposed to do, but I know it's because I failed to play my role in them achieving what they need to do. And then there's frequent innovation. So when you look in a crisis situation and when you look at what happened in COVID, there were different things that were done. Doctors started looking at different vaccines and whatever. So that's what you do in a crisis situation, and those are the behaviors that we inspire in the 100 Days Challenge. And there's a rapid implementation. You know, when an idea has promise, we implement it, because when you implement, you can see if it's working and it's not. And if it's working, you amplify it. If it's not, you sit back, you come back. You know, the teams meet on a weekly basis and they say, we don't see a movement here. What can we do? And we create an environment where questions are asked and the answers comes from the teams themselves. And I think the way we are used to working now is that whenever there's a problem, we want someone, especially somewhere, to come and provide a solution. And that solution might work now, but when you get out of it, that solution, because it's your solution, it's not the solution of the collective, it just might not sustain. So our idea is that we need to ensure that the solutions are sustained. So as you can see, if you look at a crisis, you will see that a crisis creates a sense of agency. If your child is sick at home, you're not going to be doing anything, whatever. You put the child in the car, you go to hospital. You know what I mean? Because you see it's a crisis. But when you don't view it as a crisis, you will keep on looking and say, but I think she's going to be better in whatever. So can you see the different actions that come from how you approach a challenge? So that's what we do. And the fact that success is not guaranteed. In a crisis situation, we were not guaranteed that we will beat COVID. And that's what got us out of our comfort zone. We had to make sure that we do things differently so that we increase the chances of success. And the other thing is that everyone should be on. It was a health issue, but basically COGTA was there. COGTA knew that regulations had to be done within a short space of time. All the other departments were there. All hands were on deck to ensure that everyone participates. And the red tape was removed completely, guys. Things happen. And I think there was a meeting that I attended and someone said, this is when I realized that government has power to act. You know, the way things happened, it was so swift and things were happening. So when we talk of 100 Days Challenges, we create that kind of environment where we can work together collaboratively, that we can implement with speed, and that we can innovate as much as possible. And then what are the results that we're looking for? So the results that we're looking for is it's actually a dramatic improvement on the specific area that you would be working on. So when we sit down with the teams, we ask them, where is your pain point? What is it that you would like to solve? And most of the time, I make the example of the courts because it's easier. It's easier with them. They would say, you know, we have such a long backlog, we don't even know where to start dealing with those cases and all that. So we start with that process. And by the time they finish, you would see the reduction in that backlog, like in real terms within 100 Days Challenge. And because of that multi-sectorial work and all that, teams begin to appreciate the power of working together. You know, that if I'm close to you and we work together, things become much easier. You know, we're able to achieve these results within a short space of time. And we really are able to, one of the team members in Limpopo was saying what she enjoyed about the process was to see the smiles on the faces of the people that received the services from the team. And then there's strategic leadership. So when you run this process and you begin to understand that you can change, you begin to have confidence in changing systems. I think most of the time we sit in our environment and we become so overwhelmed and we begin, this can never change. I've sat in conversations where people say, no, South Africa will never change and things like that, you know. So once you've done this once and you realize that there's something you can do, it begins to build that confidence, because if you don't have the confidence and the right attitude to be able to do the right things, it's something we experience on a daily basis. You're not gonna get anywhere. But when you want to have good results, you set your mind to that, and your mind tells the body really to start working towards that direction. And then that continuous improvement. On continuous improvement, what the teams do after they have run the program, they have sessions where they sit and reflect and say, for us to move the needle from here to here, what is it that actually caused that change? And they take those things, and some of these things is not rocket science, it's simple things, and they go to the leaders and say, can we make this part and parcel of our everyday life? Usisi was talking about embedding some of the practices. So this is what it is. Take those practices and embed them as part of the day-to-day work that you're doing. So that's what we expect in terms of the results for 100 days challenges. So basically all I'm saying, it's not just a win-win, a low-hanging, that's what people normally, a low-hanging fruit to say, I'm just going to run for 100 days and do a campaign and whatever. There's a lot of impact and there's a lot of focus in terms of what you're going to do. And when you set the goal, you don't set a SMART goal. We call it a SMART goal. So the goal must be really unreasonable. It must make you feel like you can never do it, because when you feel like you cannot do it, you go out for help, isn't it? But if you feel that, I can still try tomorrow, you just take it easy, and eventually things don't move. And what is important here is that we really want to make sure things move and be able to tweak and tinker with the system as much as possible as you actually move along. So I'm going to share with you, because we never had the opportunity in this forum to share the results for 2023. Which involved 80 courts last year in Limpopo. This year, I will show you where we are. So this year we had 2 cycles of 100 days challenges. The first one was with Limpopo. They are closing down everything. And I would like to invite you to attend the session where they will be celebrating the wins that they have made on the 26th of September. And they will be saying to the leaders, these are the things that empowered us. Can you make them part and parcel of the way we do things? In that way, we will sustain. But if we don't do that, it means after 100 days, you go back to your normal way of working, and your results are going to be the same results you had. So as you can see, what we with the courts, because in 2023 we actually had many courts, but we also had municipalities and TVETs. But the biggest group was, and Yaki was concerned that we say in Pillar 3, we need to provide effective and efficient justice. And she says, I don't see the efficiency in my courts. How can we use this model to improve the efficiency? So as you can see here, they then started looking at all the cases that focus on gender-based violence and femicide. So there are teams that looked at divorces. So when you see there in the map, it's all the different courts that actually worked on divorce cases. And then there's courts that work on social offenses. Can you go to the next one? And then there are courts that worked on domestic violence and on maintenance. Can we go back to the... Yeah, so I'm going to start with this one on the divorces one, the previous one. Yeah, I want to start on divorces. As you can see, what had to happen is that the team had to sit and say, this is where we are. And yesterday we were talking about data, and even today there was a mention of the importance of data management. And what normally comes up is the fact that a person says, I've got a backlog because I see the files are growing like this. But when you ask for the number in terms of what are the numbers? Where were you supposed to be? And why do you call this a backlog? And that becomes, that's not how the thinking is like. So We then help them to get to that point where they think, okay, for you to know that you have achieved, you've gone from here, you've got to know exactly where you're starting. And that's one of the things, colleagues, I can tell you now that this is the step that is so difficult. You will see in the insights that we're talking about that's one, this complexity of really understanding that when I gather data, it helps me to understand where I am and where I want to go and where there are gaps and all that. But we help them through that process. They take every document that they have when they register a case. We say, okay, let's look at the date. You know, okay, this was registered last year in March and it's still here. Oh, this one was registered yesterday and all that. Then we look and say, in terms of your deliverables, how soon should you deal with the case? In most cases, there are no standards. So we're beginning now to say we need to set standards, you know, in terms of how soon should I actually finalize a case? Then they would go through that, and then where there are no standards, they would then use discretion based on whatever information they have and say the standard, then from there, they will start coming up with the different interventions. And some of the interventions involve this stopping this idea of postponing cases when someone says they are not available and start using technology, you know. So we saw a lot of cases that have been done online and finalized. So that's just as simple as that. It's something that is there, but you know, she's not available. Okay, we'll see. Let's go to another one. So it's being intentional now. When you take a case, your idea is that I'm taking this case to finality. If there's anything that prevents me from taking it to finality, I need to see how I address that. So they will do all those things. And then, as you can see, they actually reduced the backlog by 38.6 globally within Limpopo. But the other courts, there are courts that did 100%. You know, there are courts whose cases were so difficult and all that they did the 38%. There's no court that did less than 30%. So that's how they did. Sexual offense is the same thing. So they took the courts and all that. And remember, the complexity of the cases differs. So they will look at the case. And one of the things that they also came up with, which for me, it still stayed with me, when we asked them in the reflections, what really created this change? One of the senior prosecutors from the NPA said, we decided to give our work a new eye. We started looking at our work with a new eye. That changed everything for them. So as you can see also, the domestic violence, they did the same thing. And here I took the maintenance one because it's got the question mark. It was so difficult to come up with the baseline. You know what I mean? So just to highlight, to say some of the things, we don't set our systems in a way that allows us to understand where we are starting. Just taking a register and recording the case and recording in a way that you can be able to compare and juxtapose them and be able to say, this is now in a backlog, but this is new. So those are the things. So we really had a problem here. I thought I should actually highlight it so that you can see the challenges that are there. But I must say, the teams are where they actually work so hard to be able to get qualities and the TVET coaches that participated last year. And you can see that even when they set the goals really are, they are more aligned to what effect this will have on the beneficiary. So normally we guide them to say, when you're going to set a goal, like I was talking to Khotatso, that when you're going to say, I'm going to do an awareness campaign, my question is always would be, what awareness do you want to create? And then you think, and most of the time it's very like broad. People say, I want people to know about GBV and whatever. I said, then I would say GBV is very broad. There's rape, there's whatever and all that. And then you look at your environment and then you say, yeah, but here, like at TVET College, what is more prevalent is rape. Maybe let me focus on rape. So the awareness is going to be about rape. And then the next question is, once they are aware of rape, what change or difference or behavior will change? Okay, what is it that people will do differently? And that's where our goal is in. And that's where the challenge is, because we're so used to activity planning than results planning. And for us, the results is not the number of people you train or whatever, is what has happened to the very people that we are supporting. So we take them through those processes to a point where whatever you do, you know exactly what you want to achieve, and you can count on a weekly basis. And there will be a week where you see that the statistics is going down. That is why we do it in the form of maps, more especially with the courts, so that they can sit back and say, why did we go down this week? And they'll be able to see what the issues were and whatever, and maybe a magistrate was not well and all that. Then they're beginning to see that, you know, when we don't have enough resources, it affects the work that we're doing and all that. So these are what the teams have been achieving. And you can see that in Mossel Bay, within 100 days, they came up with a 24-hour hotline that is operational 24/7. And in Drakenstein, this is what they've actually come back now to register in for this year, and they are building up on what they had achieved last year. And that's what we always say about leadership involvement and leadership buy-in, where the leaders will sit with them and say, this has worked, can we then continue and sustain these results? Because the strength of the program is on sustaining the results. We can come in and that is why we train people within that establishment, so that it becomes your way of working, because we can come in, we're so used to the model. We can come in, we go to mines anyway. We can come in and help you and say, do this. But when we leave, if we haven't left the understanding and the appreciation of how the model works, then we will live with the positive results that have been achieved at that point. So in 2024, this year, like I mentioned, is that we had 2 cycles because we are scaling up now. So the first cycle was the courts came back and they said, yes, we did our 46% and whatever, but we want to continue. So they started their training in February, and 26th of this month, they will be sharing all the results. So what I'm going to show you here, it's just an example of some of the goals that they have achieved. And what I've done, I've tried to take goals that are different, just to give you an idea in terms of what they are working on. So as you can see, I will look at the one, Sikukuna on the right. We managed this time to get the police to be part of the process. We had 10 police stations. And when we started, they were sitting with these DNA cases that are not moving. We all know the story about DNA and all that. So they said, let's just give it a try. They set up a team that has all the different stakeholders, and it was led by the NPA, and they worked on the process. And in actual fact, these cases have been sitting there, no information whether the lab is not working, whatever the case may be. But what they did, they took the lab people and make them part of the team. And as part of the team, then they agreed that what is important is that if you find that there's results that the kids are sent in a way that you can't have results, you need to tell us so that we can do it again and get the test. And that's what they did. That is why in 100 days, out of the 22 cases, 15 cases were dealt with because the results did came. That's just in 100 days. And you will see the others where they looked at them, because they had already done away with the backlog. They don't have too much backlog anymore. Cases are moving. So the idea was that, how do we improve the finalization rate? So you can see in Mahwereleng, when it comes to domestic violence cases, they used to 5 months and they reduced it to 3 months, you know. So you begin to see those improvements, because when you start counting the number of people whose cases have been done and done effectively and efficiently, and where people can actually come in and say, now I'm happy, then you can see that at least there's a benefit. And if it happens throughout the country, it also becomes a deterrent. I know Pillar 3 doesn't look at prevention, but it begins now to talk about looking at where it starts to speak to the perpetrators. You ask yourself twice before you do it, because you now know that the law is stern. You're going to have to account to it. So that is why the activities that they get into, like in Makwereleng, for them to do this, they had to go and talk to communities because there were gaps that were there. So they had to go on a campaign. Normally think that campaigns are for Pillar 2 for awareness. They had to go there and say to them, this is how a case is managed. This is what we require from you when you come and report a case and something. And the police were also there. Social development was there. Community organizations were there to say, if you feel overwhelmed, we're here to help you through the process. And when they now further understand that this is how the process works, and that's how we begin to get the kinds of results that we actually see here. And then in terms of cycle 2, we have courts. As you can see the numbers here, we have 6 courts, we have 38 municipalities and 11 TVET colleges. Their day 1, which we call the lift off, as the 9th of August. And we call it the lift off because they really have to run. They really have to move in this process. And you move because you know there's a crisis and there's something that's pushing me to move. And because of the goals also that they're setting for themselves, they really need to ensure that they move fast. So today is day 27 for them. And their day 100 will be the 16th of November. So just like cycle 1, we then had what we call them ambassadors. Those are the people that we train to create the space for collaboration within their institutions. It's either a court, a municipality, or a TVET college. So we train them, and they're the ones then that assemble teams. And then through the support that we provide them, then they are able to manage this process. So now they are, in terms of cycle 2, because now they are at the point where they we normally at the lift off, they decide on the goal, but because we know how difficult it is to arrive at the goal that resonates with the 100 days challenge, it takes a bit long. So we then also help them. We actually ask them a number of questions to say, okay, if because most of the time when they set a goal, it's about, we want to reach so many people with awareness or with training and all that. So we then start that process of interrogation. And most of the time, that process helps when they start talking about their stories and the problems that they see within their environment. Because when you're abroad, it becomes difficult to really get to a point where you know what you want to do. So this is where we probe with them, and these are the examples of the kinds of goals that they actually set. Yeah, I want to go to the awareness one, because everyone wants to do awareness. If you look at the one in the middle at the bottom, it's one of the TVET colleges in Kangala. So in Kangala, what the college decided that all the colleges are gonna galvanize one goal. I think there are about 5 of them. So they were very energetic, and they said, no, we want to create awareness. We're sick and tired of this gender-based violence and all that. So we said, okay, we started the questions that I've been sharing with you. And eventually, when someone started sharing exactly what they have been seeing within the institution, that's when they started saying, yes, our goal is this. Our goal is to increase the reporting because we see students being affected, but they don't report. And because they don't report, you see them being withdrawn and their performance dwindles, at school and all that. So the idea is that now they need to report, but when they report, the support system needs to be there to support them so that they're able to get to normal functionality, and they can be able then to improve their life and be able to pass their studies. And that, and because of the support system and the fact that they're reporting, they then improve the investigation process and all that, and eventually the perpetrators get to account. And once you get to that point, when you know that when you do something, you're going to account, it becomes a deterrent in that way. So basically, that's how we do this work. It's quite, what can I say? It's the spirit of the 100 days challenges. Let me put it like that. It's that we have it within us to solve the problems. And we're not going to look at somebody else and say, you mother, you father, you didn't do, you government, you didn't do. Yes, we will understand where the gaps are in terms of what we have done in our own roles. But when we get into the 100-day challenge environment, it's about, okay, because this wasn't done, what can we do? So our knee-jerk reaction is, okay, it's a problem we all appreciate. Let's move to implementation. How do we solve it? So that kind of actually taking an idea and a problem into something that you can implement and start seeing the difference. So just in terms of the highlights that I want to share with you, because I think it's important that I want to put this on slide. It's important that we share this with you because we believe this program will grow and be better if we all contribute to it. One of the key challenges that we have right now is that most of the time the teams have worked very hard and they have a good idea in terms of what should be tweaked in the system. And I'm not talking about legislation or anything. It's just in your procedural matters. Like, for instance, in Bloemfontein, what they did was that they actually started taking their cases and actually looking at which cases are simple, which cases are complex and all that. And they realized that, the simple cases can be moved very easily. So they moved the simple cases very quickly, and they started identifying different people who will start to intervene in terms of the complex cases. So they didn't allow the difficult case, the simple case to wait on the system because there's a case that is difficult that can be solved. So those are some of the things to say, how do we screen the cases as they come? So that's one of the things. And if it's not part of the system and I come in and I'm not obliged to screen them, I will also load them in that pile there, you know what I mean? But if it becomes an activity, an activity that is endorsed within the department, you start nicely, come up with a system to say simple, complex, and whatever. And that action alone begins to move things forward for you. And then one of the things also that we realize is also the fact that this is not something that comes naturally on a person. There's training that we need to provide. There's motivation that we need to provide. So we continuously look at the learning material because we've seen that most of the time people do not find time to go to the material and read and understand what they need to do. So we are refining the material and next year, when they go through the training, we will also have it on WhatsApp. So there will be different modules in bits by bits so that they can take it steady and slowly and be able to absorb what that content is. And what we like about that is that that content will come in at the time when you're supposed to do the work that relates to what you have, you actually have studied. And also the fact that this is a collective program, and we want to ensure that it continues to be managed and supported by the collective. And the idea is that even when there are reflections that are done, we need to do them in the different pillars. Like, for instance, if a program is about pillar 3 needs to be part of that process instead of, in terms of looking what are the improvement and all that? What can we do together to ensure that we sustain those improvements? And then the next one is exactly the activity-based planning and impact. That's the biggest challenge that we have, but we do manage to get it to get them to do it, but it's still a challenge because the more you get new people coming in, their planning approach is completely different from the planning approach that we use. And then also the issue of data. We need to ensure that we really have that discipline of collecting data. Whatever you do, find a way to ensure that you can collect data in terms of what who you're serving, what you're doing, and the results. Because for us, what's important is also the results. Because an activity for us is not an end in itself; it's a means to an end. So what we then gonna do next year when we start the program again, we're going to open up the applications on the 26th of September. However, for any court or TVET college or municipality that wants to participate, we want a senior leader to also register so that we can take them through this program, because we believe once they understand exactly what it is about, then they'll be able to sustain that. Because most of the time after the teams have done the work, they've worked and all that, and then for the leaders is that, yeah, you've done the work. So they're a bit hands-off. So we would really like them to be more hands-on so that the gains that the gains during the 100 days challenge are sustained. And also we're now looking at coming up with the NSP impact menu, because then that helps us to sort of have a broader understanding in terms of where the gaps are so that we can help teams to focus where the gaps are in terms of the NSP. And then, yeah, this is just information in terms of the applications for next year, because it's really been very difficult for us to manage the numbers that we're managing now. So what we're going to do now, we're going to open slots every 2 months so that people come, do the 100 days challenge and exit, and then we take others and all that. In that way, we think we'll be able to manage the process and be able to support the ambassadors much more closely. Okay, so yeah, that's the whole process. So for next year, as you can see, we have all the information in our endinggpvf.org platform, where the application information is there, and then whichever municipality would like to participate, they would then use that. I spoke to you about the second sort of way to participate in the process. This is what we call amplifiers. So this is where anyone, it could be a school teacher who's passionate about this, and you see your students being affected, the kids, you see bullying at school and all that, and you're like, what can I do? So we've created this platform where we have more information about gender-based. Like I said, the GBVF 101, I would encourage you to go through it so that it actually also, what we like about it, it also tries as much as possible to help to prevent secondary victimization, because what we realize is that with the good intentions of helping victims and all that, sometimes we have been victimizing them unaware. So this basically responds to that. We take all the lessons that have come through the program and we put them in terms of what we call the insights from implementers. This is where, when you are a court, you're not part of the 100 days challenges, you can just look at what the other courts have done and be able to see if you can do that, even if you are not part of the 100 days challenges. So these are all the tools also. And we've been looking everywhere from different experts and all that to say, what are some of the tools that are available. We've been talking about evidence-based programs and things like that. So we've put them all in the support network. So, so that you have a place where you can go and say, I want to help students about bullying. Where can I go? You can come to this platform, search through all the good practices and find things that you can actually use so that as a person you can contribute to ending gender-based violence and femicide. And we now have we've also realized that in terms of secondary victimization, and also the fact that most of the people that provide services, they get burnouts and all that. So we've come up with this practical guide to help you. If you interface directly with victims, this guide will help you in terms of how to deal with that. If you get burned out, exactly this this tool will help you to deal with the burnout. The second tool is the health check. I don't know how many people have participated in it, but the idea is that as an organization, and I think the NSP is very clear, every organization must have a sexual harassment policy and things like that. So what the health check does is to help you understand where you are in terms of those kinds of issues. Do you have the policies? Do people in your environment understand those policies? And then you do that self-assessment, you know, just like you would look at the mirror and look at the blemishes and remove them. So this is what it is. It's not an audit. No one is judging you, but it's you just saying, where am I? So we do the health check. We allow organizations to fill in the health check. And what happens afterward, we take you through 100 days challenge on steroids. That means we take you through 30 days challenge where you can identify those gaps, and we help you to go through those gaps. So we're piloting this project with a few mines and a few municipalities and sandparks this year. So next year it will be more widely available. And the third part of the process is the dashboard. So we've been talking about information management and all that. And as we were implementing the 100 days challenges, we realized that there isn't much information that is available for one to understand what is happening there and all that. If it's available, it's sitting in different pockets. And when we shared with NOMSA about the idea, and it coincided with the appointment of the EU monitors and data analysts. And when NOMSA says they've got to collect data so that they can see what's happening, so that you can't monitor without data. We said, oh, NOMSA, this is an opportune time. This is what we're looking at, you know. So we started collaborating, and we started with KZN, Limpopo, KZN, Eastern Cape, and Gauteng. And when we go live, that's the information from those provinces that will be live. The other provinces that have joined, we also got them into a 100-day challenge, because the way we implement is 100 days, because if you don't do it like that, you have something on a planning for a long time. So they are on a 100 days challenge. By the 16th of November, their information should be up on there. And that's the information that when you put it there, you will look at the police stats, you will look at the interventions, and you're able to see, why are we moving and why are we not moving? And you put a different matrices on this process. You start comparing what is in Gauteng, what is not in Eastern Cape, and you begin to see, oh, that is why Eastern Cape is lagging, because they don't have this. And then we use this tool for municipality to really now start talking together and helping each other to improve from from actually where they are. So we really request you to actually share this tool and be able to share with your municipalities and everyone, so that we now all have a consolidated data in one place. And this is just the start. So we're hoping that Pillar 6 will take this process up, because we're working with Pillar 6 on this and grow this data in this in this platform. Yeah, so basically, yeah, that's it. This is our website, where you can learn more about what we do and the application process. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mayor Nomgivelo. I think maybe to start with an apologies in how we will you'd be at the last of the session. Colleagues, I think for this presentation, I'm going to just try to open up for discussions, and then we'll then move to the other presentation, which I think they're more aligned. I also just want to acknowledge the presence of the DG in the meeting. I'm sure you will take over, ne, DG? Okay. Maybe we should just open up for this particular one because it's a different type of conversation. Colleagues, can we do a round, just one round of questions, and then we'll move to the other presentation, which is mindful of time. Can I just see by show of hands? Are we that tired? Okay, so we're gonna take the other presentation. So the next presentation is the CSW. Colleagues, are you ready? So we're just coming from a lean operation efficiency presentation. I hope the colleagues that are coming now are going to do that exactly. Operational efficiency of how to deal with the crisis of time. So, colleagues, I don't know, are you making a presentation?
Yes.
Okay, and then the next presentation will be the gender responsive planning, and then it will be followed by gender responsive budgeting, and then we will then conclude. If there are issues, please note, and then we will continue.
Yeah, after him, I will sit. After him, I will sit down.
Okay, thank you very much, Program Director, for giving us some time here to come and give the feedback of the CSW. But firstly, I just want to introduce myself to the meeting. My name is Mulisa Magidi. I'm the Director responsible for International Relations within the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disability. And I'm with my colleague Ele here, who will be taking us through the presentation. I thought I should just come just to introduce myself because it's my first time to attend this kind of meeting. But Kele, he will give us the first-hand information because he attended the previous meeting in March, which was led by the former Minister of Social Development, Minister Zulu, who led the South African delegation to the 2024 CSW. But I think throughout his presentation, you'll see that indeed the session was having clear priority theme, clear themes that they discussed, and there are some agreed conclusions, and there were some contentious issues that arised during the discussions when they were there. But he will take you through the presentation, which is not very long, and I'm sure it will be more interesting. Can I then hand over to you, Kele, to just take us through, please?
No problem.
Thank you.
Colleagues, a very good afternoon. Are we that tired, really, guys? Let's try it one more time. Very good afternoon. I promise I won't be long.
Afternoon, good afternoon.
62 slides, so I'll just shorten it to 15. Is that a deal? Are we okay with that? No, man. Colleagues, as my supervisor has already said, my name is Kilebogile Moruane, and I am the Deputy Director, International Relations at the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities. I am in the International Relations Office of the department, and we are responsible for coordinating and managing international relations activities of the department, being for women, youth, and persons with disabilities. Our work is pretty much premised on 4 pillars, being bilateral relations, which are country-to-country relations, multilateral relations, where we have more 2 countries, and we also have international reporting and obligations. That's your CEDAWs, your Beijing Plus that Madam Ranji spoke about yesterday. And we also manage the coordination of ODA, which is the Official Development Assistance, where we actually get support from donor funds that we actually interact with. Okay, so my role is just to take you through as to what transpired during CSW 68, which was actually this year in March. But before I move on to that, let me just give you a brief background on what is CSW, what is the purpose of it, why is it that we attend CSW. And what is South Africa's position when we actually interact on such multilateral platforms? And what is the value add? And where are we as a country in planning for the next CSW? And what needs to be done? And what recommendations do we have or did we put forward during our participation? So as a way of background, CSW is then the principal global intergovernmental body that is geared towards discussing and mainstreaming issues of gender equality and the rights and the empowerment of women within the United Nations. They have been meeting annually since 1946. And in April 2018, South Africa was then elected to form part of the member states composing or being part of CSW. And ever since, we have actually had an opportunity to chair two of those sessions, CSW 66, which was then convened from the 14th to the 25th of March 2022. And then the theme there was achieving gender equality and the empowerment of all women and girls in the context of climate change, environmental and disaster risk reduction policies and programs. We also chaired CSW 67 through the leadership of our permanent mission in New York under Ambassador Matu Joyini. And 67 then convened from the 6th to the 17th of March 2023, looking at the priority theme, innovation and technological change and education in the digital age for achieving gender equality and the empowerment of all women and girls. Then leading us to the 68th session, which was then this year, as I already said, from the 11th to the 22nd of March. It was a fiscal one in New York, and it actually looked into three themes. The priority theme was accelerating the achievement of gender equality and the empowerment of all women and girls through addressing poverty and strengthening institutions and financing with a gender perspective. It also had a review theme, which was social protection systems, access to public services, and sustainable infrastructure for gender equality and the empowerment of women and girls. And this emanated from the 63rd session, as it was actually the agreed conclusions of that session. There was also a consideration for the emerging theme, which was on artificial intelligence to advance gender equality, looking at the challenges and opportunities. Colleagues, basically CSW is the conference of all conferences where gender equality and women issues are concerned. What stakeholders are invited? It is government, it is academia, it is civil society organizations, it is all the UN entities that you can think of. So why is it that member states would want to go and attend CSW? As I said, it is actually an opportunity then for us to be able to track changes, to look inside, to see where we are, what have we achieved, what worked, what didn't work, where do we need to improve, also just to share some of the best practices as well, to make sure that whatever frameworks or resolutions or adoptions that are taken are then integrated into the work of the government. So for South Africa, it is basically an opportunity then for us to put forward our national interest, to build consensus, particularly with the Africa group, because that is how we negotiate within CSW, but also just to advance the global agenda for gender equality and women empowerment. It is also an opportunity for us as a country to be very strategic, to be attractive and influential leader in building international solidarity, to also advocate for harmonizing joint effort in achieving peaceful outcomes for a better Africa and a better world. Like I said as well, it's also an opportunity, strategically so, to advance and better position the country for globally in terms of issues, women issues, as well as gender equality. It is an opportunity for us to expand our boundaries and reach, an opportunity to establish and build new future strategic partnerships and beneficial coalitions. It's also an opportunity to identify strategic partners for initiating memorandums of understandings. And we actually have a status on that, but we'll speak to that later on. But also it is an opportunity to showcase the ethos of our foreign policy, such as the respect for international law, the promotion of human rights, the protection of human rights, resolution of conflicts, and so forth. So who went and who led the delegation, as Melissa had already said? So for the 68th session, we had political parties, we had senior officials, and also support staff present. The delegation was led by the former Minister of Social Development, Minister Lindiwe Zulu, We also had the Deputy Minister from DPSA, Dr. Chanapilane Majake. We had various members of parliament. We had the NCOP present. We had the Commission of Gender Equality, and also representation from the private sector, academia, and civil society organizations. In addition to this, colleagues, we also had representation from strategic departments as guided by the theme of CSW. This included representation from the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, considering our mandate, of course, as well as NYDA to look into issues of youth within CSW. We had the DSD, we had DIRCO, and we also DPSA, as I had said earlier on. The civil society were also invited to be part of the South African delegation. Sorry, the slide just, because it's on auto, sorry. Where am I now? Okay. The next, this one, eh? No, didn't you? Here we are, right? Okay, thank you very much. Sorry, technology kind of pulled this quick one on me there. But colleagues, okay, then as I said, what was South Africa's position going into CSW 68? I think here I highlight basically what informed our interaction in terms of our national statements, in terms of our ministerial interventions, as well as just bilateral engagement that we had at the start of CSW. So South Africa considered CSW to be contextualized and framed within the broader global debate on addressing global inequalities. We advocated for an immediate need to address the increasing development gaps between the global North and the global South. And we argue that in order to redress this gap of division between the global North and the global South, it is important that we eradicate gender inequality and to expand the scope of increased development and not to limit development cooperation within the gender debate. We were very firm in our strong solidarity with the greater Africa on issues of development, advocating that Africa should take advantage of technological advances to industrialize, to pursue inclusive growth, and to attract investment. And we also advocated that Africa should actually be at the forefront of driving new solutions to our development challenges. We called for additional focus to the importance of women's access to financial services as a means to eradicating poverty, and that the empowerment of all women and girls should actually be at the forefront, particularly on economic empowerment issues. We emphasize that it is important to grant access to women and girls, access to bank accounts, to create means to financially transact and to access credit. And we advocated for this in order to make sure that women are actually included in broader financial and economic environment by member states. We called for attention to the increased tax cooperation and passive tax systems that currently serve as a compounding element that exacerbates the intersectional discrimination experienced by women and feminization of poverty. Colleagues, as you can imagine, we have a total of 195 countries and CSW have a total of 45 member states. Negotiations are bound to get tricky and messy. They can never be easy. So within CSW, negotiations are critical in the sense that at the end of the session, there will be agreed conclusions, and these agreed conclusions have an impact and are supposed to be delivered and localized by the member states. So at the end of the day, you'll pick up that during these negotiations, a lot of factors come into play. There will be issues of language, there will be issues of development, there'll be issues of policy, of positions, of culture, of tradition, of culture even, which actually then affect the negotiator's position. And we actually go into CSW negotiation trying to find a middle ground on some of the issues that affect women and girls. The diversity sometimes has a negative impact on how the session flows. It could even derail the session completely. There have been cases where it actually undermines or threatens even the mandate of the commission itself and the same objectives that it actually aims to achieve. Just to highlight some of the contentious issues that came out from CSW 68. My colleague earlier on spoke about SRHR. It came up again. Obviously, South Africa would actually advance SRHR, but you also have countries such as Russia, China, Nigeria, and Senegal, and mostly Islamic countries that opposed the inclusion of such language within the agreed conclusion, primarily because they view it as, one, you are advancing issues of LGBTIQ+, and you are also advancing issues of sexual orientation and gender identity. The issue of foreign occupation also came up. It is often a very disruptive matter within negotiations, particularly within multilateral things. You had the likes of Morocco, Israel, and the USA not willing to accept reference to the plight of women and girls in Palestine, as well as Western Sahara, for example. The issue of comprehensive sexual education, somebody spoke to it earlier on, also came up. The argument here is pretty much centered on who determines the right age and who gives consent for children to be given sexual education. Obviously, South Africa, we have the age-appropriate sex education, so we are okay. But member states like Russia, for example, they see CSE anyhow. So they were a bit reluctant as well. The issue of generating that the United Nations would have like the Beijing Plus and all other mainstreaming platforms or obligations, but then generation equality is often seen as, taking away from what is currently existing within the UN structure in terms of just speaking to issues of women and being accountable in that space. The issue of women, peace and security, particularly looking at the United Nations Security Council, also popped up. Basically, it was opposed because of the language that it actually contains. I think here we just need to highlight that within the United Nations Security Council, it is perceived to be undemocratic because it actually have 15 member states and 5 of whom also have permanent members with veto right. So it's as if actually the UNSC is now very inclusive in its totality and how it operates. The issue of sanctions or universal cohesive measures also came up, being that mostly the campaign is perceived to be against developing countries, as is the case of Zimbabwe, for example, as well as the US and Cuba. The role of civil society as well was a contentious issue. Mostly the EU countries are advocating that civil society be included in terms of core governance, and most of the states feel that it actually infringes on the sovereignty of the state to self-govern. So those are just some of the issues that came up. Colleagues, at the outcome of every CSW, there would be adopted agreed conclusions. This is basically the takeout, the obligatory document, the outcome document of CSW. It is negotiated before within the various groups. As I said, South Africa then negotiates within the Africa group. Usually this takes place 7 or 8 weeks before even the seating of the commission. The outcome document being the agreed conclusions, they cover various aspects of the theme that is guiding the session, and they usually identify the gaps and the challenges pertaining to the implementation of previous commitments. So therefore, they are very much action-orientated for member states, for all stakeholders, for all private sectors, as well as civil society. And they are geared just to accelerate implementation. And for the 68th session, the agreed conclusions, as per the theme of CSW, were then adopted on the 22nd of March, 2024. Colleagues, this is like just a brief up on agreed conclusion. We do have the full detailed report on CSW, which was signed off at a ministerial level. We could always share that with you. And we also have the copies of the agreed conclusion, just for you to be able to interrogate. I think it's also important for us that we highlight the takeout when we look forward as, inward rather, as a government to say, what is it that we could have done better? I think it's 3 things. In terms of logistics, we realize that I think colleagues know that the department is very busy because everybody wants to go to New York. So we realize that sometimes we actually have a very big, Madam Ranjali uses the word a junket of a delegation. We actually have a very big delegation. So it is important for us to just make sure that we minimize our delegation and make sure that we actually allocate roles, and those are predetermined before we get people on the delegation and traveling to New York. It is also important that we actually do our consultations as a country way ahead versus in January and February. So this year we're actually gunning to have it started by November, December, hoping that we'd get all our reference documents from DIRCO before that, so that we make sure that we actually get inputs. We get inputs from the colleagues on time. It is also important that we come up with a plan to localize the obligations or the prescripts of the agreed conclusion. So that is what we need to do. We also put forward a couple of recommendations as a country to the United Nations. We requested that the UN consider rotating or hosting CSW on a rotational format, so that all other member states, particularly African member states, can also benefit from the economic gains that comes with hosting CSW. And the DG was very vocal on that, actually. But we have also noticed that there is so much regression in terms of language or progress that is made from the previous commissions where human rights are concerned, and mostly some countries that are not aligning to the agreed conclusion sometimes just opt to negotiate on their own in order for them to push their agenda. You can imagine, just looking at issues of LGBTI, for example, what that would look like within the African context. So those are the issues that you'd actually be faced with. We also noticed that, the disability issues are not very much integrated or included within CSW. Yes, we know that there is the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities and the Conference of State Parties, but we advocated that sometimes the separation actually dilutes what we could actually get should we have it all together. So that is actually also a recommendation that we put forward. In conclusion, colleagues, I've already said the copies of the agreed conclusion and the detailed report are available and will be shared with you. We need to come together as a country and to develop a plan of action in terms of how do we then localize and make sure that we act out on the agreed conclusions of CSW 68, and to make sure that we localize this to such an extent that we go and we have our consultations even at district level, because that's where we need to be at a grassroots level. And maybe just to alert you that in terms of CSW 69, the dates have already been identified. It will be the 10th to the 21st of March. It will be in person in New York. And the main focus here would be the review and the appraisal of the implementation of the Beijing Declaration and the Platform for Action. Madam Ranji spoke about that yesterday. And it will also include the review, will also include an assessment of current challenges that affect the implementation of the Beijing Plus Declaration. With that, I would like to thank you very much. Thank you. Yes, ma'am. Indeed. Okay. So colleagues, I'm laughing, but it wasn't funny. So colleagues, what the DG is talking about is that the economic gains that would come with rotating CSW are acting out, particularly within the tourism sector. So what they've done is they've imposed a certain extra charge for booking the accommodation, and you need to pay it upfront. But it's an extra add-on that you only pay when you get there, and you are informed about it when you get there. And I guess this is how the tourism sector, in line with the CSW activities for that week, just make extra money. So the rotation then, that actually triggered the recommendation by South Africa to say, if at all this is the practice, we should then rotate the hosting of CSW so that other member states can also benefit from that. And unfortunately, you also had delegations having to go back or even reducing the number of rooms just so that, people could actually attend the commission for the 2 weeks. That's what the DG is referring to. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kelebogile, colleagues. Another round of applause.
Thank you, ma'am. Go on.
Please don't go too far so that we are able to respond to the questions. It's fine. So that is the feedback on the Commission on the Status of Women. There's 68 one, and I think there's already triggering for the 69 in terms of our planning processes. We're going to take the progress on the gender responsive budgeting pilot rollout by National Treasury. I'm not sure who is leading, colleagues. Yolanda, or Desire, you will indicate as you take the call. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair. Yolanda here. I just want to find out, are we able from our side share our screen, or you will share for us the presentation?
Can you try to share from your end?
Okay, let me try. It does not allow me because there's a presentation that's currently active. Okay.
Working on that.
Please try it now.
Okay. Is my screen visible?
Yes, it is
Yes.
visible. We place it on projection mode. Thank you.
It's not because.
Oh, on my end, it's visible. Apologies for that.
Okay, let me try again.
Just a minute, Yolanda.
Okay.
What do you need to do?
I'm just thinking what will be best. She would need
She's sharing, she has to put it on the presentation.
Yes,
Yes, I'm trying to do so.
Yeah.
Let's see something quickly. Yeah.
Are we okay now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
You can just move it. You can just move it to the extended view.
All right. Yolanda, you can start. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Good afternoon, colleagues. Thank you, Chair, for this platform. My name is Yolanda Matiwane, and I'm here with my colleague Desire Matibe. We are from the National Treasury. We are more specifically part of the GRB Interdepartmental Task Team, which consists of Department of Women and DPME. And today we'll take the opportunity to provide an overview of the GRB pilot progress. So over the years, there has been a lack of institutionalization of a gender-responsive budgeting, of which this has resulted in an economy and the nation not benefiting from the outcomes of an equal society. After the approval of the gender-responsive planning, budgeting, monitoring, evaluation, and auditing framework, the MTF guidelines required departments to start submitting their data on gender targeting. However, we have found there has been a poor response from the participating departments due to the lack of understanding of what is required. The aim of the gender responsive budgeting is mainstreaming gender into public finance and economic policies so that a country has a general budget that include gender equality perspective. Therefore, gender responsive budgeting does not mean that we have a woman's separate budget. It's a strategy that promotes a goal of gender equity by allocating specific budgets for both women and men beneficiaries in projects and in programs. With the technical assistance of the IMF, we were able to develop a simple and effective tool that we would use into the pilot system. Our first collaboration with the IMF, we were able to produce a roadmap for the GRB reform. And the roadmap plan basically included timelines and milestones and objectives that needed to be achieved for the roadmap. As you can see in our roadmap, we have key elements which speaks to the production of the GPS, which is the gender-based budget statement and expenditure tagging. The expenditure tagging is more like a budget tagging process that allows departments to identify gender-responsive programs and track them. The gender budget statement is a policy document which is included in the annual budget documentation to communicate how the budget is advancing gender equality priorities. And the gender budget statement basically sets out government's gender equality priorities and the observed gender gaps and inequalities, and also their associated trends. And it is information on the government policies and resource allocations, and also proposed in the budget to reduce or to address gender gaps and inequalities. This document supports Parliament and citizen in understanding how the budget is supporting and advancing gender equality goals and priorities. The roadmap was developed into various stages, which one of them is phase one, which included planning, as you may see here in this presentation. Phase one consisted of gender needs assessment, which was done by the Department of Women. Also, there was GRB guidelines, which were developed by the members of the interdepartmental task team with the assistance of the technical of the IMF. And then the GRB, in terms of phase two, has been inculcated into the budget process. In this process, we are currently focusing on the piloting of the GRB. What this means that we wanted, as I said, the departments to identify programs that advance women economic empowerment. So we chose women economic empowerment as the gap analysis in terms of this process. And at this point, we are looking at already existing interventions. We're not asking departments to create new interventions. Interventions that are addressing other gaps, we are willing to accommodate them if they contribute to the to women economic empowerment. The tagging tool that I referred to, which we formulated, we developed with the IMF. Basically, it was a tagging tool that is meant to assist departments and their policymakers to identify these programs and sub-programs or policies in terms of advancement in economic empowerment. Some of the basically programs or policies would be the support of women's skills, such as training on machinery, construction, apprenticeships in trades, the increased number or support in women-owned existing businesses, as well as the increase in women's access to ownership of land, property, and capital, as well as the increase in women's financial inclusion, as well as access to digitalization. There were 10 departments that took part into this pilot, the first pilot and the second pilot. Some of these departments was the basic education, higher education, human settlement, minerals resources, sports, arts and culture, Department of Women, tourism, and Department of Trade and Industry. What we found in the pilot phases is that there is an urgent need for training on gender mainstreaming for the participating departments, because it seems like the departments are experiencing a challenge in populating the tool, not from a technical perspective, but more in understanding what needs to be done in identifying these programs or policies that speaks to women economic empowerment. Luckily,
Yolandi?
in one of our—
Yolanda, your slides are not moving. It's still showing face. Is that because I heard you speaking about the departments?
Well, basically, I'm here on the piloting, and I've already covered the phase two, which is basically the piloting and how this the tagging tool works. And then now I'm here in terms of the findings of the pilot, what we have found as
it's visible now.
Okay, thank you. So, as I said, what we found, one of the main findings that we have identified in terms of this of the piloting is that there's an urgent need for training in terms of the mainstreaming of gender. Departments are experiencing challenges when it comes to populating the tool, understanding what needs to be done, And we were very lucky in our recent feedback session, which was held last week, Friday. The Department of Women was also present in the room. They were able to see that there is a need for training, and also they've also raised their hand in order to assist departments in training when it comes to the GRB pilot process, more specifically focusing on women economic empowerment. And we also believe, yes, there should be training as well with the analysts that work with the departments, as well as the GRB task team. Also, we believe that these gaps need to be addressed urgently in order for us to be able to produce a meaningful budget statement, because once we have completed the pilot, we are supposed to produce a budget statement. And this budget statement needs to reflect the government's commitment into advancing gender equality and outline targeted investment to advance women economic empowerment. And in the long run, we look forward, once we have been able to publish the gender-based the gender budget statement. In the long run, we are basically looking forward in rolling out the GRB reform to many departments. But for now, we are still basically taking in the lessons learned from the piloting. And once we feel that perhaps there's been progress and we receive some sort of feedback in terms of the publishing of the gender budgeting statement, that's when we'll be able to roll out the rest of the GRB to other departments. Thank you, Chair. If there are any questions or if there are no questions related to the National Treasury, I will ask Chair if we could be excused if there aren't any questions related to us as Treasury. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda. Because we've asked that we table all the presentation, perhaps it will be important that you just sit a bit just for the last presentation to or discussions for all the presentations. The next presentation is on the gender responsive planning with the focus of the local government. I will be leading that presentation, but I am not sure whether we will do justice in making the presentation itself. Maybe to check in with the organizers, we can probably, but let me try to see how far I can go in the presentation. So we, as a Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disability, as indicated in the earlier presentation, we are responsible for the institutionalization of the priorities of women, youth, and persons with disabilities across programs, projects, and interventions in government. And that's in another way to say mainstreaming. So one methodology we utilize to assess the extent to which mainstreaming is happening is to assess the plans of government. So with the current presentation, we have done an assessment of the IDPs, the integrated development plans, and we've assessed 205 of the IDPs to assess the extent to which the priorities of women, youth, and persons with disabilities have been included. Let me check in with colleagues online. Are you able to see the presentation?
Yes, we are.
Yes,
we are able to. Thank you.
Yes. Okay. All right. So we'll go to just cover a bit of background, the analysis and responsiveness level, as well as some recommendation. In terms of the background, we can move to the next slide. So I've already indicated we've done an analysis of the 205 IDPs covering the cycle of 2022 to 2020 of municipalities, and the assessment was looking at the responsive level of those plans. I'm not going to go into detail of explaining what the IDPs are, but in simplicity is a tool that is meant to coordinate and integrate and as well as facilitate implementation efforts of the 3 years at the local level to look at all priorities that are there. And it is also important that that there is a participatory approach in the development of the IDPs. We can move to the next slide. So what the presentation would just try to unpack is the methodology that is utilized to assess the actual IDPs, and there are various components that we focused on of the IDPs is the strategic alignment, which looks at the mission, visions, and objective of the IDPs, the municipal operation and gender equality compliance, the institutional development, which look at essential services such as health, education, etc., as well as the empowerment, economic empowerment component of the IDPs. And we were assessing for the overall level of responsiveness. And with those levels, we will show you the extent to which ministries are responsive or partially responsive or not responsive at all. Okay, so this is just a measure of the our Likert scale. Responsive, it's averaging around 75% to 100. Partially responsive, it's between 50 and 74%, and not responsive, it's at 0 and 49. I'm not going to unpack the methodology now, just to manage time. At the high level of some of the finding, it's a pity that the slide show does not really highlight exactly the picture. But what it's highlighting, it's showing us that at the strategic alignment, we are not seeing any of the municipal IDPs being responsive. So the bulk of those strategic, the IDPs that we've assessed are partially responsive, and you can see by the view that has been projected. We can move to the next slide. It's just bits and pieces of areas within the strategic alignment in terms of executive authorities talking to issues of WYPD. You will see that, I don't have the presentation with me, my apologies, that you're looking at about 6 municipalities or so that are responsive. Similarly, with the vision mission, percentage are very poor, and we're seeing a gradual improvement in terms of strategic alignment and objectives, where we have at least over 10 municipalities that are showing improved levels. In terms of the municipal operations, and gender equality compliance, I'm gonna focus on just maybe the high level, just for the sake of time. We might find space to come and talk again about this present, because I think we're missing on the core findings of what is happening in the municipalities. So here, similarly, we're not seeing any municipalities that are it's performing at a responsive level. Largely all the municipalities are either partially or not responsive at all. So that's what you will see. We're looking at the range of between 60 to 72% in terms of the level of partially responsive as well as non-responsive. The example I provided in the slide, you will see which municipalities are doing very well. We're seeing in terms of the needs assessment or the situation analysis, at least the municipality to show that their research are inclusive of the priorities of women, youth, and persons with disabilities, which is a much better showing as compared to other components. In terms of inclusivity of the WYPD in the political structures, which are very key at the local level, we're not seeing that coming through. If you're looking at the component of the presentation at the end, with at least only 3 municipalities showcasing some of those changes. And how does it go? Okay, so I think this is just the number of how many of those IDPs, about 3 of them that are responsive. If we're looking at the machinery and championship, and I think it's very encouraging, there are a level of championships that are happening at the municipal level, as well as championing of the priorities of women, youth, and persons with disability. Although that leadership is there, it's not really translated in tangible interventions of the municipalities. You will see it here, because here we're talking about the the inclusions of priorities of women, youth, and persons with disabilities into the performance agreements of executive, you will see we actually have one that had included the priorities of women, youth, and persons with disabilities. If you look at the inclusion in terms of employment and job creation, there is a bit of change that we're seeing with over municipality representing about just over 70 of the municipalities that have been assessed. And if you look at the intervention against the gender-based violence and sexual harassment, which we're talking to now, and Sis Nomsa will really attest to this because this is where we have a serious gap. We only have over 22 municipalities that are really showing the alignment with the GBV, the NSP on GBVF. I'll just skip some, we'll just share. One of the other issues we're talking to is the aggregation level that are happening at municipalities. And you will see there's a gradual improve that we see in the number of municipalities that are showing programs and intervention that have targeted targets that are disaggregated in terms of women, youth, and persons with disability, accounting for over 70 of the 205 municipalities. If we look at the programs and projects on municipalities, it's a slight encouraging. We're starting to see a bit of change. There is a level of responsiveness, and this is where you start to see the planning that have disaggregated levels in terms of project, but also where we have what we call targeted programs in municipalities. So these are programs that are specific for women, youth, and persons with disabilities. So you'll see that the overall map is starting to show you that there's some level of responsiveness. And I think it is encouraging. We need to acknowledge this bit of a change, which account for 5% of the municipalities that are responsive. When we're talking to issues of basic service delivery, many of the programs that are there are not disaggregating, so we're still not able to account exactly to the extent to which those programs are benefiting women, youth, and persons with disability. We're looking at education. There's explicit indication from 40 municipalities that are indicating or including the support for women, youth, and persons with disability in terms of education and skills. In terms of socio-economic transformation, there is also a bit of a promise with over 100 municipalities that are showing the inclusions of priorities of women, youth, and persons with disabilities. Health is also one of the challenges that we're sitting with at least 6 municipalities that have included priorities of women, youth, and persons with disabilities. Safety and security, and I think this, you will see it links back to the issues we're talking about in terms of gender-based violence and femicide, that not many municipalities are explicit in targeting approach towards safety and security for women, youth, and persons with disabilities. Similarly, in terms of issues of human settlements, the issues of reasonable accommodation have not been taken into consideration, with only 7 municipalities that have taken into consideration the priorities of women, youth, and persons with disability for human settlement. And if we look at community development and support, there we have at least a sufficient number of over 70 municipalities that have shown the level of responsiveness in terms of the actual community development as well as support within the municipalities. The next component, it focuses on economic empowerment. And as you can see, we do have some level of responsiveness that are coming through the component of economic empowerment, which only accounts for 4% of the overall municipalities that have been assessed. And I think this is a bit of a challenge because this is where we have our hope that change will come in terms of economic empowerment. Then we move into issues of budget. Treasury has just spoken to budget, but this is at local level. You will see also the alignment of priorities of women, youth, and persons with disability and resourcing in terms of finances. It's also lacking with only 20 municipalities that are showing the level of responsiveness. If we look at components of intervention to unlock financial and non-financial barriers, we have at least over 40 municipalities that are showing the level of responsiveness. And if we look at the component of procurement spend, which is one of the key drivers for allocation of government spend towards women-owned businesses as well as persons with disability and youth-owned businesses, we really are not doing very well. And this is in alignment with the data from National Treasury. We're sitting at 16% of the total 205 municipalities that were assessed. And I think that I can leave it at that. The financial support as well as intervention to access market and related opportunities, they are both varying at over 40 municipalities that are responsive respectively to each other. And overall, this is just what the overall picture looks like. So if in one sentence, we are to say how are the municipalities mainstreaming the priorities of women, youth, and persons with disability. This is exactly what it looks like. So on an overall scale, none of the municipalities are responsive to the priorities of women, youth, and persons with disabilities. But we do have at least about 64% of those municipalities being partially responsive. There are a number of recommendations that we have made, which include developing strategic, specific strategic and measurable targets to enhance the persons with disability, which is one of the key areas that we've seen it was actually disadvantaged across all of the IDPs that were assessed. I'm not going to look at all the interventions, but also just one of the key issues around making sure that there's clear targets during the planning, making sure that gender mainstreaming, youth participation is heightened at the municipal levels, and the prioritization and diversity programs should then be elevated, especially when we're looking at the essential services of health, education, and employment, and the development and implemented target on economic empowerment, which is also not performing very well. So I'm going to just leave it at those recommendations just to manage time, colleagues. So this is what we've done as the Department of Women, Youth, and Persons with Disability in assessing the 205 municipalities in the country, looking at their level of responsiveness toward the priorities of women, youth, and persons with disability. Thank you very much. Okay. All right, colleagues, being the referee and a player, I can take over anything. Let's just check in with yourselves on the presentation that we made. The 100 Days Challenge, it provides us with a different thinking of how we bring change. I think that is in summary, and they're saying to us it is actually possible to do it. So if we place all our resources into one basket and we have the same goal, we're able to achieve what we want to achieve. And that's what Nom Gibelo was trying to say. I'm trying to just get if there are any inputs towards that presentation. Can we take comments, inputs, suggestion? That level of tiredness has risen up. There's one question here. I'm going to take that.
Okay, thank you. It was a very interesting presentation, and it seems to suggest that huge improvements could be made in South Africa if we could just overcome the mindset that has settled in of being basically defeatist about being able to get processes to work. And remarkable if we could do it. So the question would be, to what extent can we get beyond the current scope of the program? Would it be possible to get into a very large percentage of municipalities and see if it's possible to continue shaking up mindsets and getting people to move into a different way of doing things? Yeah, thank you.
I think that would be a great thing if all of us can be able to do just 1% of paradigm shift after this session. Sis Nom Gibel, I'm going to give you opportunity to respond, and then we'll take questions for the other presentation.
Thanks. Yeah, you are right. It's really a matter of mindset, because without the commitment and the agency that is given to teams to work, it becomes difficult for them to move. So that is why we do it bit by bit, 100 days challenge, so that then it becomes the way of working whenever you work. And we're hoping that the insights that come through the process could then be embedded by the leaders. And that's where we're still struggling a little bit. There are leaders that have really taken it up and built it into their processes. And that's why I've highlighted it. But what we are doing is that next year, we're also going to include leaders in the training. We're hoping that when they understand what it is that we need to do to actually create that environment and sustain it, then at least we're hoping that they would then be much more willing and be able to sustain that.
Thank you very much. I think one of the take-home lesson from that is the ability to allow for failure within the process. It's really something that we're not allowing in any of our processes. I think it's important that when you're running into crisis, that you allow spaces for iterations. And I think that's what makes the 100 days challenge to be successful. We're going to move to the next presentation. The CSW, Commission on Status of Women, done. There are no questions. We're looking forward to New York next year. Thank you. The tax issues, DG will sort them out. The criteria to go to CSW, colleagues. Do you want to respond? Yeah.
And the department doesn't pay for anyone.
Let the DG respond. No, let the DG respond.
What?
What you're saying, but we don't have the funds to pay for anybody.
We don't even have funds to pay for ourselves. Last year, only 2 people went because we didn't have funds. So if people want to go, they must.
This year.
Oh yeah, this year people must raise funds. Yeah, because people write to us and say we don't have money. They want us to sponsor them. We don't have money.
Okay. I think that's very clear in terms of financing, but you will get communication in due time when we start with the consultation, and the themes will also be indicated to yourselves and what is the consideration in terms of the departments, etc. So the whole process will be indicated. Kotat, a lot of money. A lot of money is an estimated budget.
I think advise the NGOs that they can, there's 2 routes, no? So that you ease the pressure on the department next year. Is if you start investigating how you, what's the word, Kele? Register with as an NGO with the UN system. You start now because you'll need to go through DERCO and a number of processes. But if you don't meet the criteria, then that's the only time that you can ask to be included on the national delegation. Becomes very problematic because the list goes too big. So I would suggest that you do that approach or you use the CGE. The CGE should be coordinating NGOs as well.
Okay, and the contact person will be ourselves, Kelebogile Moruane and Re Magidi. You will get their contact if there's any information you would like to be clarified on further. The next presentation was on the progress on the gender responsive budgeting. Are there inputs into that presentation? It's clear. Okay. DG, Latu?
I think for me, it's not a question, but a comment that I saw on the presentation that the unit that is responsible for gender responsive budgeting doesn't have a budget as compared to
other countries where they've successfully implemented GRB. So that means we need also to advocate for them to get the money. So I think it's one of the things that when we present to cabinet, we need to include that they need to be capacitated. Obviously, the money must be rearranged from within National Treasury, but we need to support them. So we'll support them from cabinet side. Okay.
Thanks, Chair. My question is with regards to the guidelines. I think it's the REF guidelines that she presented about. Are they already active? And were they circulated to department? And also, do they also give departments like a sort of a template on what they should cover, especially when they're preparing E&E statements? Because in our department, we had a challenge in, the self-assessment that, the colleagues who are responsible for budgeting, they were saying it was not a requirement, to include gender, youth, women, youth, and persons with disability in the E&E statements as well as in budgeting. So I just want to know the process and whether those are a requirement now. And when was the process started? Thank you.
Kotatumlo here from Voice in Action. My question is, why are we sampling? I know it's an issue of capacity, resources, but I think if we don't sample and we do all the municipalities would be pressured to actually start doing that work. Because if we sample, some people relax and don't actually get to apply policies that are requested or required of them. So maybe that's something that could be looked into so that all municipalities across South Africa are participating and are reporting or applying the policies that are being brought forward. Last one, just going back to the money met. If we've got sponsors who want to know how much these things cost, we need to know, because we need to go back to a sponsor and say, to go there, this is how much it's going to cost. We can't say there, it's a lot of money. They're going to look at me and say, how? A lot of money. So make it easier for us. Give us the amounts. Thank you.
It was not for me to respond. Hence, I said a lot of money. It was on a lighter note. Kutazi was not supposed to take it in that way. Colleagues from National Treasury.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not sure. I think there was a question just before this one regarding MTF guidelines. I'm not sure which department is this, or whether is it at departmental level or municipality level.
It's DCOC.
Okay. Firstly, from our E&E process, we did have guidelines on the GRB as well as the current as well as the MTF guidelines. However, this would have been more affecting the departments that have been chosen for piloting. So the departments that have been chosen for piloting, they have been issued with the tagging tool in order to basically populate information. And they have been submitting in accordance to the guidelines and meeting the submission dates. And when did we start with the process? I mentioned earlier that we had the first and the second phase. Last year, we did have the rollout of the first phase of the pilot with the same departments. And initially, yes, we had targeted that we would like to publish the GBS, which is a gender-based budget statement, in the 2024 E&E. However, due to the gaps that we were identifying in terms of the piloting, we then decided to hold on from the publication and do another rerun of the pilot. And now we did the rerun in concurrence with the MTF process. So while departments were busy with their MTF and MTech bilaterals, those departments that were affected or they were required to be part of the pilot, which is the same departments as last year, they were also basically populating another workbook that basically had information about gender responsive budgeting, tagging, identifying programs that speak to women economic empowerment. And they did submit, and as I've stated, we did have our feedback session with the departments last week Friday and their analysts to sort of basically gauge what are the challenges that they are experiencing and also how can we improve those challenges. I hope that answers the question of my colleague there. And I think there was a question about municipalities. So that one, I think regarding sampling, I think I'll leave that one to the Department of Women, since they were doing the work with the municipalities to sort of engage further on that. Thank you very much. I hope I did not miss anything.
No, thank you very much. I think just to add, Yolanda, that also the workshop was held with all the CFOs and financial officers in terms of the guideline on gender responsive budgeting, even though there was a selection of 10 departments for piloting. But when we completed the guidelines, it was workshopped with all the CFOs. It is an ongoing process, and we're looking forward to an improved budgeting reformed, but there are some hurdles that we are seeing. The next presentation was on the gender responsive planning that looked at the analysis that was done for all municipalities in terms of their level of responsiveness towards the priorities of women, youth, and persons with disabilities. I'm opening that for questions, inputs, comments. I noted your one, will respond to it. Okay. Take that was very clear. In this case, we did not desample, we did all municipalities. So we've covered all the municipalities because we wanted to have a baseline of where the municipalities are in terms of the overall planning in relations to the priorities of women, youth, and persons with disability. You will see is an extensive study. We have a report for each and every municipalities if you are interested in seeing a particular municipality and how it performed. So we've done all the municipalities, looking at all the components within their IDPs. So that we are willing to share with yourselves because we now wanting to go and then engage further with municipalities in how then do we elevate the mainstreaming from where the baseline is to the next level of mainstreaming. Colleagues, I was given a ship that was sailing to run. I don't think, well, we're still on sea. So I'm just hoping that we will reach that harbor and give birth at the harbor without any issues. So mine ends here. And I just want to say I'm thankful and grateful for indulging me and to support the conversations that we held today. And thank you very much. We appreciate your participation and your tolerance of myself as your presenter. Thank you very much. Master, I'm going to leave it to yourself.
DG, can I delegate down? Up. Just thank people, close them. They've been great. They're very tired. Ne?
Imagine. I want to repeat what Dineo just said, to thank all of you for being here. and listening. And I hope that in future, when we write to you and ask for reports and whatever, you'll understand why we need the reports and the agency thereof, because sometimes the reports take time, more especially with departments. The reports take very long. Either they're sitting with the DG or, all those things, and we're not able to report. Even though as a department now, we've managed to close many gaps. When I arrived, there were so many reports that were outstanding, international reports and whatever. So we decided that if we don't get the reports, we go to FOSAT and name everyone to say these people are not submitting and all those things. Now we're busy with the one on disability. We are not getting responses. We even had to ask for an extension. But though the DG in the presidency even called for a special FOSAT for that, department still do not respond. Either they don't implement. People always are complaining. Persons with disabilities really have a raw deal. And we need to take that serious. But anyway, thank you very much. I just want to share with you where I was today. I've been invited to a place. I'm so excited. I am really, really, really excited. These people, it's a privately owned innovation center. The CEO of Sibanye owns, they call it Empire Foundation. They train 120 young persons on IT, whether it be all aspects, creation of apps and whatever. These young persons created the light bulb. I think I spoke about that yesterday. The street lights that would be linked to they have sensors, and then they are linked to a panic button. They'll be linked to the community forums and also to the police station, so that if people are afraid or somebody's walking on the street and she's afraid, she'll press the panic button, and it has also a tracker, so they can be able to track you. But those street lights also have got cameras. So we're going to pilot that in Storm Haze in Marikana. They are going to launch it there. But when I was there, when I saw everything and the presentations they were making, I said to them, you know what, when I look at your system, because everybody can access it, and they're able to communicate or request from Telkom, Vodacom, and everybody else to zero rate some of their programs. So I then said, we as a department, we want to train on effective parenting. So they told me how it's going to work and whatever they'll create. I was really, so I said to them, I've already pitched, so you're going to develop the system for me. So I think if both government, not just both, government, civil society, private sector can come together, we will definitely end gender-based violence and femicide, because that's where we want to go. Always Minister Begli, I reminded him, because I saw him on TV when he was appointed as a commissioner. The first time when he was on TV, when they were interviewing him, and he said, they asked him, what is your wish? What is it that you want to see happening in South Africa? And he said, my wish is to see a 16-year-old girl walking the street at night, holding her cell phone in her hand and fearing no harm. And that really touched me, So I repeated it now when he was a minister. So he said, DG, I visited the country. When they were driving me at night, I saw sometimes a girl walking alone with a cell phone or sometimes talking to the phone. So I asked the people, hey, you guys, what's happening? This woman. And he says the driver said to him, actually here, we've been taught to protect women. If you see her on the street, you'd rather protect her. So I'm hoping that even ourselves one day, South Africa, if we could defeat apartheid, even gender-based violence, I know it's centuries of gender-based violence, but I think we can do something about it. I believe that we can do something about it. So I believe that all of us, we can make a South Africa that is a different South Africa. It's possible. It's possible. So let's just work together. Pray for Africa, I believe. Pray for South Africa, ask God to guide us, to guide our steps, to give us wisdom, knowledge, and understanding on how to address things, and we'll get it right. Thank you very much. Those that are online, thank you so much. Thank you. We will call you again. The next one is going to be Gayodine, where it's Gayodi, yeah, gender, youth, disability, and the minister will be chairing that one. So thank you very much.
Thank you, colleagues. Thank you, DG. Bye.
Oh, thank you, everybody. Thank you so much. And thank you to the people that helped us to be able to be there as well.